her video and her interviews where she called the developed community to ensure that they were going to be fair and they were also going to be responsible in what it means when it comes to discrimination in the season of COVID-19. Without further ado, please help me welcome the co-chair of the Africa Union African Vaccine Delivery Alliance for COVID-19 and the WHO Special Envoy ACT Accelerator for COVID-19 Tools, Dr. Ayoade Alakija, as she begins to open this session. Looking absolutely gorgeous as usual.
Recording in progress.
Thank you very much. Wow, here we are, PortsToArms. I can't say how delighted I am to welcome you all to the CSO Day, the Gender Day of this incredible conference. I'm sad that many of our friends who are unable to join us in person aren't here, but it's been amazing to welcome Dr. Monique Wasuna of DNDI, our co-lead, together with Tian Johnson, who you'll see in a minute, of the RCCE, pillar of AVDA. It's wonderful to see Tim Smith here, who's also co-leading on logistics, my key advisor on logistics. No, Yodi, that is not how delivery works. It's wonderful to see him here in person. So many of you. Today, as you know, is the CSO Gender Session. Tomorrow we will have the high-level summit. Already we've welcomed over 60 people to Abuja from around the world. Many of them arrived at 5 o'clock this morning and are still in bed. Many more will arrive tonight. We're honored to have every single one of you. But I think most importantly today, we're incredibly, incredibly thrilled to have civil society in the room, to have the Africa Alliance partners who really helped facilitate and put this together. And if somebody can bring Tian into the room, that would be wonderful. It's wonderful to have Tian Johnson, who's my partner in crime, partner in equity, partner in solidarity, partner and great friend. Tian, they're in South Africa right now, and if I can have Tian Johnson brought in so that I can introduce fantastic, hey! Oh, I so wish you were here, so wish you were here. It's wonderful to see you. Also, we have joining us virtually, I hope, the FIFA Rahman, who's Dr. FIFA is the CSO representative to the ACT Accelerator, and FIFA unfortunately had a visa snafu, which is so unfortunate because everybody else managed to get in and FIFA at the last moment had a problem, but we will be sure to have you in Abuja another day. FIFA, welcome. Look, my job today is simple. I'm going to get out of the way and let you do what you need to do. This is the Indigenous, hi FIFA, there you go, I can see you. This is the Indigenous CSOs, NGOs, ACT Accelerator affiliated CSOs, Gavi affiliated CSOs. We have you all here. While I'm up here, I also want to remind you that tomorrow, specifically, more importantly for Nigerian-based CSOs, there will be a side event, again for CSOs at this conference, between, well, you'll see it in the program, 1:30 and I believe 3:30, where you'll get to interact in person with many of the high-level delegation and have a little chat and have a little cup of tea and talk about what concerns you most. But today I want us to have a deep, meaningful conversation. I want us to speak about the difficult things. This has been a struggle, this has been a fight. And the CSO community have been instrumental in making sure that we are where we are today. So as I hand over to all of you, I also want to stop with one moment, if I may. I want everybody to please take one moment in silence for an NGO giant who we lost yesterday. Paul Farmer was an activist for justice. He was a good friend of mine. He was my senior in the world of global health. He taught me so much when I first arrived in Rwanda, green and, you know, excited and enthusiastic, however many, 15 or so years ago. He walked me through and taught me how to not take myself too seriously, something that I live by till this day. Paul passed away yesterday in Rwanda, in a country that he loved and on the continent that he loved, doing what he loved best. So I would like us to take a moment and remember a hero, Paul Farmer. Thank you. Go with the angels, Paul. We'll pick up the baton where you left it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alakija. So we're now going to begin with our very first session. And again, as we mentioned, the first session is virtual. So in case we're confused, this is a hybrid event, and we have a large amount of people who will be joining us virtually, and some of our speakers will be joining us virtually as well. So our first session is the Civil Society Organization Summit, Justice Now, From Rhetoric to Reality, Dismantling and Deconstructing the Status Quo. And our speakers for the day is going to be the founder and head of the African Alliance for Vaccine Delivery Alliance for COVID-19. We have Tian Johnson, who's joining us virtually. And we also have the permanent NGO representative on the WHO Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator, Dr. FIFA, who will be joining us virtually as well. Can we have them queued up, please? After their session, we're also going to be taking questions from everyone who is in person. So please go ahead and prepare your questions for them as well.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you, Tian.
Wonderful.
So I will pass the baton over to you.
Thank you so much. What an absolute honor and privilege it is to be here, colleague. To Dr. Alakija, thank you so much for the generosity, your leadership in creating this space, a well overdue space that civil society, multilateral partners, the donor community, CSOs, indigenous leadership, all absolutely has been calling out for, and there's been a deep desire and hunger to ensure that a space like this not only exists, but we're able to use it to our advantage as civil society organizations across this globe. Tomorrow, of course, we will be delivering a key civil society statement at the first official session of the summit. Colleagues, COVID-19, as many of us are aware in this room, has absolutely decimated communities across this continent, across the global south. Our work has continued to ensure that the response is indigenous-led, is community-led, and is deeply meaningful for those who live in that reality. Part of this session today was also to ensure that you get an opportunity to hear those voices. So we'll be hearing from grassroots communities and advocates who have faced the cold face of this pandemic, who have experienced its devastating effects day after day after day. Because as the world moves on to COVID fatigue, and we are still here on a continent that is being battered and battered by this pandemic, it is absolutely critical that we do not lose our fire, we do not lose our rage, we do not lose our passion. We continue, as much as we call out global North leaders, to bring a meaningful participation, meaningful levels of participation and community leadership to the table. We have to ensure that we do the hard work of holding ourselves accountable. And that means our local leaders, our national leaders, our regional bodies like the African Union, like SADC, like the African CDC. We have to continue the fire of accountability. We have to continue to hold those who claim to be leaders, hold their feet to the fire continuously until they can look us in the face and say, as leaders, we have done everything humanly possible to ensure that the impacts of this pandemic are mitigated and felt lesser to those who we know are key populations that are carried over from disease area to disease area. The same groups that we've seen in HIV, the same groups that we've seen in TB, Africans who use drugs, Africans who sell sex, Africans who disregard colonial borders and travel where they need to travel. These are communities where our hearts need to be. These are communities that we need to stand in the space, not for, but with. Africans in detention, we need to stand in that space. We need to ensure that we continue this fight. It is absolutely critical. There's a very real risk that the world will move on and forget about us. And whilst we are not dependent on the global north for our prosperity and our success and our health and our right to dignity as Africans, we will not let them move on until we are all free, and continuously remind them that truly, unless we are all free, none of us are free. It's not just a great campaign slogan. It is the harsh reality, a reality that the world will be reminded of when we see the next variant. When the next variant yet again unveils the racism, the colonialism, and the patriarchy that has characterized our response to this pandemic thus far. Having said that, colleagues, it is my great pleasure to be here. Thank you again so much to the entire coordinating committee and partners. I will now hand over to Dr. FIFA Rahman for the next opening comments, and we shall facilitate a session with our regional partners. Thank you again so much.
Thank you so much, Tian, and my many apologies to everyone for not being able to be with you in person today. Tian, my statement is based on your written statement, so it will cover manufacturing and other things that you mentioned in that written statement. So to the audience, if I'm talking about manufacturing and everything, I'm speaking from the knowledge of Tian's written statement. So thank you very much. And of course, Tian, we stand in solidarity and support of your statements, of your concern about the inequity of the domination of the global north to the exclusion of the global south, and about the need for African ownership in pandemic tools manufacturing and deployment. Honourable ministers, global health colleagues, and communities who continue to struggle with the after effects of this disease, the depth and insight and clarity of purpose revealed in the Indigenous NGO's written statement re-emphasizes the importance of community-led policy in COVID response. The ACT Accelerator surely would have benefited if these voices were collected and respected from the very beginning to guide its policies and priorities. As representatives of civil society working within the ACT Accelerator, we recognize that our own contributions have been weakened by the relative absence of Southern voices. The ACT Accelerator was founded on the premise of needing to deal with the temporary acute phase of the pandemic and only partially addressing the medical technology needs of low and middle income countries. The Indigenous NGO's statement shows a much more comprehensive vision of the breadth and depth of the work needed, not only to address the immediate needs of access to health technologies, but also the even greater need to address the fundamental inequalities and gender inequalities and post-colonial global structures that have resulted in what we now call vaccine, therapeutic, and diagnostics apartheid. We agree that the ACT Accelerator and other global initiatives should do much more towards systemic changes to improve access to medical tools for COVID and beyond. For example, strengthening health systems in countries, transitioning from donor-driven to sustainable domestic procurement, local innovation and local manufacturing, and a well-protected and well-supported health workforce, and communications that cultivate trust rather than create distrust. We need to think into the future about a new TRIPS order, because maximalist IP will come back to bite us. Secondly, while we support the CEPI replenishment efforts, we call for more transparency in their contracts to ensure enforceability of clauses that state preference for manufacturers who openly license and those that require LMIC manufacturing. It is clear that we have seen a deprioritization of LMIC markets in this COVID-19 response. And we note that vaccine equity discussions are shifting towards discussions on absorption capacity, while we forget that African countries have a wealth of experience in mass vaccination campaigns. As these discussions go forward, it will be wise for us to examine how being kept out of discussions, how a lack of visibility when these donations were coming, and to feel excluded from equal intellectual partnerships have cultivated an environment of distrust. The silver lining of all of this is that there is renewed vigor in Global South political leadership on manufacturing and to reduce neo-dependency. We note the increased investments into Africa by the EU to facilitate this, but emphasize the need for accountability in this redistribution agenda, with frequent reports back to member states and civil society. Thank you again, Tian, from Indigenous NGOs for your statement. It gives us all much to think about, and further than that, to convert into action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fifa. Really great to hear those reflections. The colleagues will now move straight on to our session where we will highlight and learn more from our regional colleagues and the work that they do. First up, we will hear from SAFAID, an amazing regional organization, a legacy organization working in sub-Saharan Africa that has for many, many years flown the flag of sexual and reproductive health rights for adolescent communities across the region. It's such an honor to have them here today, to be able to reflect and hear from them some of their experiences from the outset of COVID to where we are today. And in that light, we're joined by two really formidable advocates. First is Charmaine Picardo, who's the Regional Senior SRHR Program Officer at SAFAID, a gender and SRHR expert with experience working in civil society in the SADC region, leading and supporting programming in gender equality, policy advocacy, SRHR, HIV, and youth leadership. Charmaine is a 2014 Washington Yali Fellow and a 2015 Canon Collins Scholar. She holds a specialized master's degree in gender studies from the University of Sussex. Joining Charmaine this morning is Crispin Chomba, the head of country programs, strategic evidence, and country business for SAFAID, with over 15 years of experience in health and HIV-related issues. In his diverse work experience, he has been a lecturer and researcher at the University of Zambia, the regional head of monitoring and evaluation of SAFAID, and oversees SAFAID's M&E work in the SADC region, in addition to many other positions at SAFAID. Colleagues, it's my great pleasure now to hand over to Crispin and Charmaine to introduce us to some of their work in the Sub-Saharan Africa region. Welcome, colleagues.
Tian, are you still there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I am here.
Okay.
We have video queued up. I'm not sure if you are accessing it on your end.
Okay. We're just going to wait on our end for technical to put everything together.
Great. In the meantime, I will say that colleagues, to overcome technical challenges, which already looks like we do a really interesting job with, we have ensured that our participants and presenters have provided pre-recorded presentations. However, I'm happy to report they're all with us here live and will be active and available to respond to the question and answer session. Okay. So welcome again, colleagues, and over to you.
All right, thank you. So if we are unable to get them live, we're going to go ahead and queue up the videos of the pre-recorded comments that they have.
Thank you.
I think no matter how many times we attend events virtually, it doesn't matter how much you practice, there always seems to be some sort of virtual glitch.
Good evening, dear delegates.
Okay, can we have
On behalf
video
of the
as well?
SAFAID Executive Director, Ms. Rose Ektasadi, who is also sitting on the African Steering Group for Southern Africa for People's Vaccine Alliance. My name is Crispin Chomba. I'm the head of the country programs, strategic evidence and country business for SAFEX. And we're going to do this presentation with my colleague, Ms. Charmaine Picardo, who is a senior program officer from our regional office. SAFEX is a regional civil society organization operating in the SADC region with a footprint of over 27 years in advancing sexual reproductive health rights, gender equality, social inclusion, and the rights, dignity, and resilience of diverse population within the health and developmental sphere of response. We value justice and equality, human rights and do no harm, accountability and transparency, mutually valued alliances, and embracing diversity and inclusion of these populations. This distinctly resonates with the current context of the COVID-19 response on the continent, which is advocating vaccine democracy and equitable access to COVID-19 biomedical innovations, as well as reducing vaccine hesitancy. From our experience and learning over the past 2 years of the pandemic in this region, we have identified constraints. At the same time, we have also identified some opportunities to which we have contributed partial response. And we do believe also that these are important for other partners' engagement and the People's Vaccine Alliance Africa agenda in coming months and indeed in the coming years. Some of the constants that we have identified include low COVID-19 vaccine coverage in Africa due to vaccine nationalization to distribute COVID-19 vaccines to low-income and middle-income countries, which has further contributed to drug or vaccine hesitancy. In many cases, there is lack of transparency and accountability mechanism in acquisition and distribution of COVID-19 vaccines in many African countries. Coupled with this is limited community tests on COVID-19 vaccines that further contributes to vaccine hesitancy. In many settings, our health systems are actually not strong enough, and they have been challenged by COVID and worsened by climate change, making them less resilient. There has been an even distribution of COVID-19 vaccines, and when you look at some of the countries and the comparison between rural and urban settings are likely to have more facilities, more people that are vaccinated compared to the rural settings. We also note that there is lack of leadership and coordinated voice of many African leaders, those that can be counted on, those that can speak on behalf of the people to demand for equitable distribution of the COVID vaccines. Africa, particularly Southern African countries, continues to depend on donors heavily. And even where resources are not as available and they are limited, there is poor management of resources. At a community level, we do see as a constraint limited community engagement in the COVID-19 supply management chain, and that fuels lack of acceptance and, of course, increased resistance and hesitance at a community level to COVID vaccines. At a global level, as you may be aware and know, we do not see a firm commitment to expedite vaccine deployment in the African continent, which has further reinforced and perpetuated vaccine hesitancy. And this is despite the acknowledgement globally that vaccines remain a critical tool to change the sphere of the COVID pandemic in the whole world, but also in the African settings. In some of the settings, some of the constraints include vaccine geopolitics. And this emanates from sentiments that are echoed in some settings. For instance, the sentiment that COVID-19 vaccines should be tested on the African people, which has further compromised vaccine acceptance and has widely amplified COVID-19 misinformation through social media, religious groups, and other outlets, and indeed that filters misinformation through the community structures. At this point, I'll pause and I'll invite my colleague, Ms. Picado, to also take us through the remaining sections.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chomba. So I'll take it up from here. So whilst we acknowledge the impacts of the constraints on health development outcomes for African citizens in all of our respective countries, of course, that have minimized or taken us back, and we have lost some gains that have been made within the sphere of health development over the past few decades. We also should acknowledge and reflect on the opportunities that currently exist on the African continent that we can easily tap into to maximize outcomes, as well as the dissemination and availability of the people's vaccine across the African continent. For example, the existence, some of the opportunities include the existence of regional advocacy for vaccine equity, such as the People's Vaccine Alliance and the Global Justice Now campaign, which are platforms that have managed to bring together collective voices from multiple sectors, amplifying the advocacy for COVID-19 vaccine justice, as well as catalyzing actions towards making sure that the vaccine is available for all African citizens, and making critical interlinkages with other health development outcomes or issues, such as those framed within the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as universal health coverage. The existence of regional economic communities, such as the Southern African Development Community Secretariat and Parliamentary Forum, as well as the African Union, are critical, but their roles to coordinate regional advocacy for equitable vaccines need to be strengthened, as well as supported across multiple sectors. The World Health Organization's open call to big pharmaceuticals to ensure equitable manufacturing and distribution of vaccines to low to middle income countries is quite critical, and an important rallying point around enhancing and amplifying advocacy to ensure that we catalyze the responses and the availability of COVID-19 vaccines by big pharmaceuticals across the globe, as well as on the African continent. The willingness of key stakeholders, including those within civil society, the private sector, as well as the media, to support government efforts to roll out equitable vaccines. For example, the multi-sectorial campaign to remove COVID-19 vaccines patents, supporting key actions and pronouncements by government leaders. For example, President Cyril Ramaphosa's bold leadership in advancing COVID-19 vaccines, not only in South Africa and the SADC region, but across the African continent. And we can also learn from previous outbreaks and use this experience to counter inequalities and draw lessons from for example, drawing lessons from the HIV response on working models and best practices on fostering and sustaining equitable access to health services and factual information that is rooted in evidence and research, to make sure that we also increase positive health and well-being outcomes for all African citizens. And therefore, in harnessing the appreciation of both constraints and opportunities, and our contributions to advocating vaccine democracy and equitable our call to action has been and remains rooted in positioning vaccines in a way that demonstrates equitable access and benefits for population to advocate to the population as a powerful tool to address resistance. Thus, community sensitization remains key. So this will also address hesitancy and make sure that where vaccines are made available, uptake is also high. Complementing government efforts to ensure that COVID-19 vaccines deployment is combined with an innovative advocacy, social mobilization, and community engagement strategy. Additionally, advocating for equitable domestic resource allocation to health, for strengthened and resilient systems coupled with long-term investments in emergency preparedness and response mechanisms, we ensure that we also do not suffer the same devastating effects from the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, the mortality and morbidity that we've witnessed over the past 2 years, but that we use the experience from responding to the COVID-19 pandemic to shape our emergency and disaster preparedness in the present as well as in the future. And working with political leadership at regional and national level for a strong and coordinated voice to speak against the vaccine inequalities within the COVAX framework, to ensure that vaccines are made available to all citizens regardless of age, of gender, of geographical location, and ensure that even citizens that are within most vulnerable and disadvantaged and usually marginalized groups are also able to equally access the COVID-19 vaccine. And lastly, strengthening social accountability mechanism for COVID-19 vaccine resources to ensure that there's a transparent system of public resource management, that where commodities and resources are made available for the COVID-19 response, including vaccines, that they are not misappropriated or mismanaged, that the citizens of our respective African countries actually realize and benefit from the resources, including the COVID-19 vaccines. In conclusion, we look forward to an intense year of collaboration with the African Alliance, as well as the People's Vaccine Alliance, to amplify a more robust advocacy and accountability footprint in the African COVID-19 response and contributing to saving lives, shoulder to shoulder with diverse populations. Thank you once again on behalf of our Executive Director, Ms. Rose Ektasadi, myself, Charmaine Picardo, and my colleague, Crispin Chomba. We also look forward to actively engaging with the deliberations of this summit.
Thank you so much, Charmaine and Crispin Chomba. Such a wealth of deep reflections in terms of not only your work, but where the sector is moving to regionally. I think you touched on so many key points, from accountability within bodies like POVAX to how we also need to take our own responsibility for what our national responses look like. Colleagues, many years now, a group based out of Lagos in Nigeria, but with a promising regional footprint, have been at the forefront of how communities understand HIV vaccine research. Of course, with the advent of COVID, the word vaccines, trials, research was on everybody's lips. And we saw an uptake of that narrative like we have never seen before across disease areas. NAVMAS today is going to share with us some of their learnings. And joining us today is Alaka Bamidele from NAVMAS, a program officer who obtained his bachelor's degree in physiology from the University of Lauren. He joined the new HIV Vaccine and Microbicide Advocacy Society in 2010 as a volunteer. He holds a master's degree in public health from the University of Lagos, as well as coordinates a range of programs across the NAVMAS portfolio. Colleagues, today Tosin is going to speak to us about the work that NAVMAS is leading, the very thoughtful work not only in Nigeria but across the region to ensure that communities in all of their diversity are not left behind, but also some of the key advocacy, programmatic and funding asks that civil society from the region where you sit today are trying to get to the voices and the ears of those who hold power and who claim the title of leadership. It's a great pleasure to hand over now to Tosin from NAVMAS. Thank you, everybody. Apologies for that, colleagues. We will just attend to the audio. Colleagues, we seem to be having ongoing problems with the audio. I can see that our guest is actually with us in the room. I will ask if you would like to present these slides live while we resolve the audio issues on our end.
Hello. Thanks for your patience. The panelists have some video presentation which they will be making shortly. So while we sort out the technical details for the videos, just give us a couple of seconds and that would be on your screen shortly. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good day. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Tosin, and in the next few minutes, we'll be looking at a topic I have titled Perception of People Living with HIV and AIDS on COVID-19 Vaccination. By means of introduction, I work with a non-profit organization, NAVMAS, a new HIV vaccine and microbicide advocacy society. Was established in 2003 by a group of advocates to ensure the proactive participation of Nigeria in the global effort for the development of HIV vaccine and microbicide. Key on that agenda was addressing the ethical imperatives in HIV research and development.
founders are Professor Marley Kepipon, who at the time championed the vaccine agenda, and late Mr. Alobi, who championed the microbes. Vaccines administered, which translates to about 4.3 billion people being fully vaccinated, accounting for about 55.6% of the world's population. We may know a vaccine is a critical tool to help facilitate the end of the pandemic. It therefore becomes imperative to ensure equitable access to safe and effective vaccines so that no one is left behind. Just about 4% of the over 10.5 billion doses given globally have been administered in Africa. And only around 8% of Africans are fully vaccinated, compared with more than 60% in many high-income countries. This table highlights some selected countries in West African region, showing number of doses of COVID-19 vaccines administered in the country, number of people who are fully vaccinated, and percentage of population of people who are fully vaccinated. In Nigeria, had 20.6 million COVID-19 vaccines administered, which translates to about 5.45 million people who are fully vaccinated. That accounts for 2.6% of the entire population. So this essentially shows that we are, just barely scratching the surface in terms of our contribution towards the global HIV, towards the global COVID-19 vaccination status. So NAVMAS, through her HIV Prevention Advocacy Academy, engaged in a research which sought to assess the perception of people living with HIV and AIDS on COVID-19 vaccination. So a cross-sectional survey was conducted among people living with HIV who enrolled for treatment at the Baghdad General Hospital. A structured questionnaire was developed for the survey. 50 people with HIV who were 18 years and above participated in the survey. Participants consisted of 62% females and 38% males, with an average age of 35. Majority of the respondents had secondary and tertiary education. About a quarter of the respondents were unemployed, and another quarter, counting for 32%, had either full-time employment or part-time employment. 6% were students and 24% open to trade. In terms of COVID-19 knowledge, there was high level of COVID-19 knowledge among respondents. 76% knew COVID-19 was contracted through cough and sneeze droplets, and 72% knew a COVID-19 positive person can be contagious yet asymptomatic. In terms of risk perception, more than half of the respondents perceived themselves as being at mild, low, or low risk of COVID-19 infection. About a third of the respondents noted that they do not take any precaution. Majority of the respondents were not very worried about being ill, COVID-19, or about their family members being ill with COVID-19. In terms of COVID-19 vaccine perception, the respondents were quite knowledgeable about other disease vaccines, such as TB, measles, polio, and others. 74% noted that COVID-19 vaccine is useful and that it will protect them from getting COVID-19. However, a small percentage saw the vaccine to be neither useful or useless. However, 6% noted that the vaccine is useless. For those that noted the vaccine is useful, they indicated that it will protect them from getting COVID-19, it will calm their anxiety and take away fear of getting infected. In terms of COVID-19 vaccine uptake, less than a third of the respondents had a shot of the vaccine. That is, majority had not taken the vaccine. In the near future, 58% said they are unlikely or neutral to getting a shot of the vaccine. Concerns raised for vaccine uptake included fear of the vaccine interacting with other drugs, the fear of it not easily being accessed within the communities, and the negative social media reports. Factors that would promote uptake include the ease of access, with making it available within HIV tuberculosis program, proper education and counseling in COVID-19, particularly addressing misinformation about COVID-19, and of course family support. Some of the recommendations which the respondents preferred were that the government should provide more information about the risks and benefits associated with the use of COVID-19 vaccine, as the information available is not convincing enough. One of the respondents said, and I quote, after the delivery of my baby, I would take it because I was reliably informed that pregnant women are not eligible to take the vaccine. Another recommendation was that people living with HIV need confirmation from appropriate authorities that COVID-19 vaccine will not affect us later in life because of the antiretroviral drugs. Another recommendation was that the registration process for the vaccine was a burden, and nobody should be turned back because they have not completed the online registration process. There is a need to make it easy and accessible for HIV clinics and people living with HIV. There's a need to make it easy and accessible for people who are living with HIV in their clinics. Some of the key lessons that we could take out of this was that the COVID-19 knowledge among people living with HIV was relatively high, while the vaccine uptake was low. This implies that high levels of knowledge of vaccine does not necessarily translate to increased uptake. While this is applicable for the current COVID-19 rollout, it has implications for the future of HIV vaccine. Social media also played a very critical role in COVID-19 misinformation and driving vaccine hesitancy among people living with HIV. There is need for investment on education of people living with HIV to clear misconception and encourage uptake. Structural barriers to vaccine uptake needs to be addressed while adopting differentiated care model to ensure the vaccines are positioned in places or in facilities that people living with HIV will have easy access. While addressing COVID-19, it is important to also balance the scale in addressing other disease areas like HIV, TB, and malaria, and gain the buy-in of the community. These are my contributions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleague, for sharing that deep knowledge and wisdom that NAVMAS has gathered on the ground in communities in Nigeria over the last nearly 3 years now of of this pandemic. I think what stood out from what NAVMAS is sharing, colleagues, is a message that we have been taking to the African Vaccine Delivery Alliance, both myself and Dr. Wasuna, who is in the audience there with you, in our roles as co-chairs of the AVDA Community Engagement Pillar, is a reminder of what we have been saying since the onset of this pandemic, that unless the investments that we see being made in research, development, manufacturing, and logistics, unless those investments, that the magnitude of those investments are mirrored in terms of engaging communities meaningfully, we face a very, very real future of never getting vaccines from ports and into arms. Some of the reflections that Tosin shared really just highlight a recurring theme that even though communities might have knowledge, it's not translating into uptake. We also saw the real meaningful barriers in terms of registering to access the vaccine, as well as the supportive materials and environment that make access a reality for communities in all of their diversity. So thank you so much to NAVMAS for not only leading that work, but also trusting us and trusting the space to share some of your reflections and learnings. Colleagues, East Africa is also very much in our sights. We'll now hear from Onesmus Kalama, who's a trained public health specialist and currently the technical support manager for IANASO, and coordinates the Global Fund Anglophone Regional Communication and Coordination Platform. IANASO has really been a powerful advocate throughout HIV and TB and STIs, and now with the support from the Global Fund, has really understood and implemented what it means when you engage communities, not only to carry the message of COVID-19 and the message of vaccination, but also the message of a diverse range of health access issues at very, very granular level. Onesmus is a leading CRG advocate in East Africa who coordinated the development of the first harm reduction regional policy in the region and supports the coordination of East Africa regional advocacy efforts. He's also a member of the Global Fund Advocates Network in Africa that supports advocacy efforts towards increased resources for HIV, TB, and malaria, as well as a range of activities that he leads in his capacity at IANASO. So it's a great privilege to welcome Onesmus Kalama from IANASO to share some East African perspectives on the impact of COVID-19 on their work.
Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are listening from. My name is Onesmus Lewa, the Executive Director at IANASO. I'm actually making this presentation from Arusha, Tanzania. Let me just share my screen so that I can be able to take you through my presentation. And this is the presentation on the role of communities in promoting vaccine access. And I'm making this presentation on this meeting from PortsToArms happening in Abuja. So I'll take probably 5 or so minutes to make my presentation, then I'll be ready for any reflections. So, what are some of the critical issues that need to be addressed to achieve vaccine equity, especially from the community perspective? If you look at our region, especially the African region, there has really been low vaccine uptake since the start of the breakthrough that there was vaccines for COVID-19. If you look at the uptake of COVID vaccine in African countries, is way below the required standard. Most of the countries have actually not even reached 10% vaccination of their populations. And from a community perspective, there are quite a lot of factors that contribute to this. top among the list is actually vaccine hesitancy. There's still quite a lot of hesitancy in African countries on from communities to receive the vaccine. Despite the fact that probably we do not have a lot of vaccines in place, but even the few vaccines that actually find their way into space, people are still hesitating, actually going out and accessing this vaccine. And this is contributed largely to because of a lot of misinformation out there, myths and misconceptions that actually create some kind of an anti-vax movement spearheaded by either religious leaders or cultural beliefs, or and the lack of role models in society, people who can actually stand up and say, yes, I took the vaccine, and my arm did not drop. So, I mean, these are some of the very contributing factors that actually lead to the low vaccine uptake from the community perspective. But of course, we know this is also contributed to or impacted by other factors like weak health systems and the cold chain, human resources for health, even where we're actually having vaccines reaching the country. You have populations that are extremely far away from where actually the vaccines land, and actually getting this vaccine to those people is a whole big challenge because of either power outages or the cold chain is not so functional, or we do not have sufficient human resources for health to actually ensure that vaccines are actually delivered. And also, tripling vaccine donations. We have seen vaccine donations coming in trickling from different countries, but again, also looking at the expiry date, some of them are about to expire. So these are some of the challenges. And of course, issues around vaccine patents, which would have actually really opened the space for manufacture of vaccines in Africa to ensure that you have more vaccines in space. But then what are we doing as civil society? I mean, ENS has been at the forefront, and we're doing a couple of things actually at the community level to step up vaccine acceptance. Training of community champions, for instance. We have trained over 30 champions across East Africa, the East African region, to lead the front and act as community role models. This actually supports or builds confidence in communities that the vaccines that they're receiving are actually safe. And this is a key breakthrough that has actually seen more people from communities now really actually coming out looking for the vaccine. But we also conduct targeted studies on the impact of COVID-19. Like we've done a study on the impact of COVID-19 on HIV, TB, and malaria services. We saw a huge disruption of HIV, TB, and malaria services at the onset of COVID-19 because of the measures that were taken by governments, lockdowns, travel restrictions, among others. But of course, we have done a study on the impact of COVID-19 on civil society and community organizations. How has COVID impacted the work of civil society? Who are actually the frontline workers actually at the community level? And also, we've done a study on civil society and community groups' engagement in resource mobilization during COVID-19 pandemic. What are the innovations that are actually adopting to ensure that they raise resources to actually scale up the response? But of course, we've also done some development materials and tools. Like we've actually developed a community guide on integrating community-led monitoring in COVID-19 programming. And this tool is actually being used by community champions to actually see how communities can actually generate credible data that can be used for decision making. But of course, assessment, we have also done an assessment tool on the impact of COVID-19 on civil society organizations in collaboration with UNAIDS. And this is a tool that is available that communities that want to do a quick evaluation on the impact of COVID could actually use this ready tool to do that. So who should really be involved as an influencer if we really need to ensure that we step up vaccine access at community level? We are talking about communities as experts. I think it's high time we actually put communities at the center of the response. Communities are the first to be impacted by any pandemic, and the moment we actually raise the profile of communities as the experts to actually detect early enough and raise the alarm early enough, then we can actually contain pandemics before they actually go out. But of course, civil society organizations are a very key important element in pandemic preparedness, as well as ensuring vaccines actually reach the intended targets. They know easily which areas that have actually not been reached with vaccines. They know the dynamics of the environment, and these are very useful constituencies to actually involve as influencers if we really want to see vaccines getting to many people. And of course, members of parliament are strategic champions. These are people who can actually make quick laws and regulations and legislations to promote vaccine access in countries. But of course, COVID-19 joint technical working group, these are very critical because these are committees that are formed and are multi-sectoral. They involve many stakeholders, and this helps to get diverse views on the realities on the ground. So decisions that are made actually are compulsive, and people really understand what's happening in the communities. But of course, also country procurement and supply chain agencies, these are very critical because if we are really going to get the vaccines from the ports to the arm, we really need a very functional procurement and supply chain framework that will ensure there is a seamless flow of vaccines that land at the port to actually at the local health facility where the community will actually come for their job. So thank you very much for listening to me. I'll be ready to respond to any questions that come up. Otherwise, this is an experience I wanted to share on what we're doing, especially from the East African region. And thank you very much for listening to me. And have a nice day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Colleagues, thank you so much. So that was Onesimus Kalama from the East African Network. And you heard there from Onesimus something that has really been close to all of our hearts since the beginning of the pandemic, and has really been a struggle and a fight in many of the places and spaces that claim to contain power. And that is constantly reminding those who claim the title of leader that communities are the experts. Communities are the ones who will ensure that we cross that last mile. Communities are the ones that will ensure that those vaccines do not expire in the fridge. Communities are the ones who will ensure that they bring each other to the vaccination sites. And communities are the ones who will ensure that when we face the next pandemic, communities will begin to build their confidence in a process that has so far betrayed them. Colleagues, without further ado, I'd like to present the presentation now from North Africa. Francis Cognon is a Liberian, a passionate community servant. He has been able to promote significant positive changes in communities and the lives of individuals through advocacy and leadership empowered by compassion. He serves as the program manager at the Center for Justice and Peace Studies, is the country coordinator for the Men Engaged Liberia Network, a network of 19 civil society organizations using gender transformative approaches to promote and protect the rights of women and girls. Is currently the president of the Kakata YMCA Advisory Board. Those roles give him the opportunity and responsibility to create awareness and outreach about the dangers, spread, and control of COVID-19 in 9 of Liberia's 15 counties. And these activities are done through stakeholder dialogues and a range of radio jingles and other media outreach. So today, colleagues, we will hand over now to Francis Cognon, who will share with us their experiences from North Africa.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, hello everyone. My name is Francis Cognon. I'm a Liberian. I work with a national civil society organization called the Center for Justice and Peace Studies, and the program manager. I'm also the coordinator of the Men Engaged Liberia Network. As you may be aware, Men Engaged is a network organization currently operating in 22 countries in Africa, including Liberia, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Tanzania, and other countries. So we are very excited to be part of the discussion around vaccine with reference to COVID-19. We are, as a country, Liberia, the government and all international partners, the civil society organizations and the communities have been doing well since the inception of the entire efforts to combat the spread or to control the spread of COVID in Liberia. So it has been very interesting, and the government has been making some efforts. But their infection rate in Liberia has been among the lowest, if I may, in the region or in Africa. Thanks to the effort of all the stakeholders and communities. But let me also hasten to point out that some of the challenges around the issue of vaccine equity is around the issue of the myth. You know, in most of the communities, people still carry the mindset that the vaccine is being speculated widely, that once you take the vaccine, there are possibility that those who take the vaccine will die within 2 years. So that is very widespread. And also the issue of trust among the messengers, those who are carrying the message, some of the inconsistency that the local communities also observe in the messages that are moving around. That is also contributing to the level of hesitancy when it comes to taking vaccine. Additionally, the issue around the logistics and the supply of vaccine in terms of availability. Currently, in Liberia, most of the communities that have access to vaccine are in the urban centers, if I may, that include Monrovia, the city of Kakata, Bikena, Banga, just to name a few. But if you visited communities outside those places, you will notice that there are huge challenges. Even the issue of messaging, the issue of helping to clear the doubts, the perception, the negative perception about vaccine among the local people is also a very huge challenge. Another challenge is the issue of availability. Sometimes some community members might have the courage to take the vaccine, but sometimes it's not available. And the issue of the choices between the AstraZeneca and then the J&J. Most of the population prefer going for the Johnson & Johnson because it is one dose, and the confusion between the one dose vaccine and the 2 doses is also another challenge. So in between there, some local community people tend to lose interest, specifically in terms of those who took the first dose, to get everyone to come back to do the second dose of the AstraZeneca is also a challenge. So, but the Johnson & Johnson, if you look at Liberia, the administration of that vaccine is very fast because people see that it's easier to do, it's faster, and so that usually, with our observations, the civil society organization in the community, we notice that more community members are willing to go for the 1 dose vaccine as compared to the 2 doses. So I talk about the issue of myth, the issue of trust, and then local, national leaders also need to step up to be a very good example to motivate the people, the local people, because sometimes if you went to the most rural communities, some people will say to you that, look, we need to see extra persons or individual demonstrating the willingness or demonstrating that they are taking a vaccine, and we will follow suit. So these are some of the challenges in it. I also talk about the issue of logistics, getting to faraway communities. Currently, the vaccine is centralized, and there are sometimes people are willing, but they go to these urban centers and they are told that the vaccine has finished, and then to get all those people coming back again to access the vaccine is also a challenge. I think some international partners, including USAID, partners from the EU, are also buttressing the efforts of government to ensure that the availability of vaccine. But this is challenging, so we need to see more equitable distribution of vaccine to terror countries. I think that will be able to also help to ensure that vaccine supply to local communities. And so the involvement of the communities in Liberia, we have a history of fighting Ebola. Most of those structures and expertise are in the local communities. But in this fight, there are challenges of getting all involved. I think there's a need to also revamp most of those structures to see how they can be able to get involved in combating some of the myths around accessing vaccine, and to be able to serve as animators to encourage local communities to also get involved. And the civil society organization involvement in Liberia, yes, at the National Involvement Center is encouraging, but I think is reducing now. So we need to get more civil society involved, especially community-based organizations. That way, the efforts will be sustainable. Mind you, the international partners, we appreciate their efforts, but they can be in all of the local communities, particularly faraway communities. So involving local community leaders, involving CDOs, involving national civil society organizations, giving them the requisite logistics and the requisite tool to work with, and compounded by consistent and concise information will also help to ensure that people have access to that vaccine, and that way we'll be able to achieve equitable vaccine application in Liberia. The involvement of institutions, concessions, and other private entities, I think they need to double their effort. Currently, the level of testing in Liberia, like I mentioned initially, is restricted to urban center, and the issue of voluntary testing is also a challenge. Most of what's happening in Liberia is around testing when people want to travel, or testing when people are sick and they go to health centers or hospitals. So most of the data we have received are generated from, most of them, I'm not saying all, are generated from those sources. So even accessing vaccine, most people see it as just a requirement to travel. I think we need to get more stakeholders involved, getting the media, getting the concise information, getting the motivation, the logistical support to see how we can be able to involve efforts, national effort, national civil society organization, community organization, to be able to help the communities. Because mind you, if we don't act now and there's a relapse, it might just be a disaster. Considering the challenges we face in our country, most of the health structures are challenged, particularly in rural communities. The distances from one village or town to the nearest health center in some communities are almost 2-3 hours. So if we don't act now, and God forbid if we have an outbreak in Liberia, it might just be a disaster, because most of the system and structures in the rural communities, particularly in relation to health services in rural communities, are challenging, very challenging. Some of the challenges range from roads, distances from health center, quality service provision, access to medicine, and so on. So I think we need to act now, and one way we can be able to increase that effort is to leverage support from companies, institutions that are in Liberia, and then we can be able to support that. Again, let me conclude on this to encourage international efforts to see how we can be able to get access to more vaccine. Because more people get the motivation to go to access vaccine, and they are told that, oh yeah, we are out of supply, to get all of those people coming back to take vaccine is also a challenge. So I think one way to be able to motivate the people is to always have the vaccine available. Let me acknowledge the effort of the national government. When we started the entire issue around vaccine, with support from some international embassies and institutions, there were volunteers, community volunteers moving from one community to the next, giving vaccines. But I think some of those efforts have reduced. I think we need to regenerate those efforts, and we also need to ensure that the vaccine is available always, and it is also distributed to local centers. We are aware that the challenges of storage But I think some of these things we need to look at supporting mobile campaign in some of the local communities, and also getting the media involved, getting traditional leaders involved, getting community youth, women leaders involved, so that they talk about some of the, to help to clarify some of the myths around the vaccine, some of the negative perception in their local groups. That way, we'll gradually increase trust, and then we'll have equitable vaccine supply to buttress their effort, and then we'll have our community safe. But as we say, the challenges in Liberia are enormous. In the urban centers, like I mentioned initially, the stories are different, but when you travel outside the urban center, the challenges are just many, ranging from barrow condition, ranging from distance from health institution, we are including availability of vaccine, availability of technical people to be able to provide the record information, and so on. So let me appreciate this conversation, and we look forward to the opportunity where we can be able to support our people, because one country getting totally free from this COVID is just a waste of effort. We are not free until every country is free from this virus. And one way we can do is to ensure that we have equitable supply of vaccine to countries, irrespective of their financial strength or their sophistication, because once there are challenges, the world is now a global village. People are traveling from one point to the next, and then you might just be affected if you don't do much to ensure that those countries with smaller income, with less income to be able to access vaccine, those countries with less sophistication to be able to produce and distribute their vaccine, if you pay less effort to help them achieve their goals in terms of ensuring that their population is vaccinated, you might just be undermining your own effort. Thank you so much for this, and we look forward to increased engagement, and we are open to the dialogue and to provide our expertise when they are needed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our colleague Francis there from Liberia. Colleagues, we know that Africa is a continent of extremes, and we range from countries like South Africa, where healthcare workers are imploring communities to come and be vaccinated, to countries like Liberia, who have got such vast spaces to cover in terms of access to the public healthcare, but whose infrastructure is also in such dire need of support and strengthening. We're talking here about a country that USAID has supported, for example, the functioning of 4 ambulances, including fuel allowances. So colleagues, we have to keep on asking, as this continent continues to work towards our freedom, our prosperity and justice for everyone who calls themselves citizens of this amazing continent, what does it mean? What does it mean when at the core of this, even perhaps beyond vaccines, we are talking about strengthening public health systems? But while we do that, we should never ever lose the momentum that we've gathered and will continue to gather as we move forward. Colleagues, I'd now like to hand over to Onlale to facilitate the question and answer session, both with our colleagues in the audience and online. It's been an absolute pleasure and an honor to be here with you. Thank you again, Dr. Alakija, for your grace in creating this space for us to engage. We truly hope that this session, colleagues, has brought to the fore voices that we so often do not hear. We come from 2.5 years of this pandemic where we are bombarded daily on the screen, whether it's on Zoom or on TV, by faces. The reality is those faces are white. The reality, those faces are wearing suits. The reality is that those faces are located in DC and Geneva and Brussels. And I think what this session has really done is it has shown us, whether we are speaking to you from our living room like Francis, from the office like Crispin, in all of our diversity, our voices matter, our voices must be heard, our voices will be heard, and will continue to amplify these voices to ensure that they penetrate and infiltrate every single aspect of this summit. Thank you so much, colleagues, and looking forward to the engagement.
Thank you very much, Tian. And thank you to all of our contributors. I think it was very insightful to be able to see exactly what's happening on ground. And, we had contributors from across the continent. So I would like to ask we have a microphone here and a microphone there. And if you could please indicate by raising your hand if you have a question. I know everyone is always a bit shy. All right, wonderful. We have one question over here. You can feel free to do however you'd like.
All right, thank you very much, and thanks to all the presenters for all the great work you're doing. So my question really is about how CSOs can how CSOs can continue their work in helping to improve COVID-19 vaccine acceptance at the community level. It's been said over time that increased knowledge on the vaccine does not necessarily translate in uptake. A lot of research has been coming up. And my question now is, how can CSOs, beyond this normal community engagement, social mobilization, how can CSOs begin to address that gap between knowledge and behavior change, as we are seeing the case in COVID-19? And another issue that CSOs are very well aware on the field is the issue of felt needs. So somebody at the community level, you're telling them about the importance of getting vaccinated, how it's going to protect them and their families, from being infected. And even if they do that, they will just come down with maybe a mild form of the disease. Now, the question is, now they have felt needs, things that they believe are more important to them. It goes across a lot of programs, not only on COVID-19 vaccines. So when you're telling them and then they're trying to push back, if these vaccines are so important and you really care about me, why don't you give me XYZ things that will fill my most immediate needs? So how can CSOs step in situations like that? Because it's really an issue with COVID-19 vaccine at the community level.
Thank you for those questions. Before you pass the mic, can you please introduce yourself, your name, and what organization you're representing?
Okay, my name is Funmilayo Oguntimehin. I work with Women Advocates for Vaccine Access in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So we have 3 questions from Funmilayo, and is Tian, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so is there anyone on your end that would like to answer or respond to any of those questions?
Sure, I can give some brief remarks. I've also asked in the chat for the presenters who are currently in the attendees room to be made co-hosts so they can introduce themselves and respond when necessary. But while they're doing that, I will just perhaps share 1 or 2 experiences around how we go beyond this rhetoric, beyond just sharing information. Because as Tosin, our Lagos partner, has shared, is that this increased awareness doesn't translate into access all the time. So what we've done, for example, is we've looked at very, very targeted advocacy campaigns with very local community members and community leaders who hold power, who hold influence, who are able to then engage with their circle of influence. So, for example, we issued a few weeks ago 2 Islamic legal declarations or fatwa. And these fatwa were specific on contagious diseases as well as on COVID-19 vaccines. But for one of the very first times, this was an Islamic legal ruling generated in Africa by one of the oldest Muslim theological bodies on the continent that firmly said that it is within acceptable practice as a Muslim to be vaccinated for COVID-19. But more importantly, this is why you should actually be able to access and uptake these vaccines. So it's about looking at individuals and looking at the broad diversity of their lives. We are not one issue, we are not single issue humans. I am African, but I'm also queer, but I'm also getting on in age, but I'm also based in a very privileged part of the continent, etc., etc. So we have to look at individuals in all of their diversity and customize and tailor-make what our responses look like for individuals. And perhaps I would theorize that this is why this work has been so difficult to get funded and to get a key group of political leaders with an unshakable knowledge that that communities have to be at the center of any response. The tragedy is we've seen what happens when you don't engage communities. We've seen it with HIV, we've seen it with TB, we've seen it with STIs, we've seen it repeatedly, the costs of not engaging communities. But while we do that, and engaging communities is key, we also need to realize that the social and structural issues that we had before COVID, the violence of poverty that we had before COVID has not gone anywhere. So as we see grandmothers collapsing in vaccination queues from hunger, as we see grandmothers having to make a choice between the $2 for a loaf of bread or the $2 to get a vaccine, we need to constantly remind ourselves that these systemic and structural issues did not go away overnight. And so it's absolutely imperative that we do the much harder work of engaging communities. It's very easy to put out a tweet with an infographic. It's very easy to spread something on WhatsApp or to have 5 minutes on the main news. The difficult work is for us as community organizations to receive the resources and support we need to go into communities and do what we do best, recognizing the humanity in communities and doing the long, hard work of working with communities along that road that translates everything that we're doing to ensure that vaccines do indeed get from ports to arms. But I see the fellow panelists have joined. We've got Crispin and Charmaine from SAFAIDS. We've got Dr. FIFA Rahman as well. And so I'd be happy to hear if anyone else has questions. I can see a comment here around funding. I think absolutely. You know, what we had said is that it's a travesty. It's an absolute injustice that we are seeing resources going to every single other component of this response. But communities are the first line item to be reduced and removed. Communities are the first groups who will be questioned around the cost of an intervention. Communities are the first groups who are asked, is this really necessary? Can you not do this for free? So constantly we have to have that double fight. We have to fight and stand up for our worth as communities and say this far and no further. But we also need to remind those who claim the title of leader that no matter what we do, engaging communities is smart business. It's smart for a return on investment. It will ensure that the investment you are making into setting up your list of priority countries, into setting up yet another group that aims to support vaccine delivery and access, all of these groups would do very well never ever to forget the power of communities and the ability of communities to assist them in realizing a return on investment. So investing in communities is not only good human rights practice, it's good business practice. I see Crispin has his hand up.
Yes, Etienne, I think that you've said it very well, better than probably the way I would say it. I just to reiterate what you are stressing there, Etienne. When you compare the HIV response and to reach where we are now, you will see that from the HIV response, without community engagement, without the information provision, how we repackage that information and share it with the community is very critical. So while at the same time we may not have evidence that information provision on its own will change the terrain, we do know that from the HIV response, CSO's engagement with the communities, repackaging the information in the way that community can accept, has led us to where we are. Yes, we do acknowledge that we are still, Southern Africa, for instance, is still the epicenter of the epidemic. But we can also celebrate a bit of success in that regard. The prevalence rates have either stabilized or indeed going down in some of the general population. It's because of the information that was provided and that we continue to provide and working with the local structures. So we cannot underplay the power of information. It's about how you repackage it, how you share it, how you structure that information, and how you target it. What I do know, for instance, from our communities in Southern Africa, when it comes to vaccines, as CSOs, we have not done as much as we did with HIV in relation to relating information to COVID vaccines provision at a national level. And in many cases, you find that vaccine provision are either restricted to the capital cities or to other centers, and of course leaving out those other communities, which might be a time bomb if we left them out. And working with the local structures, things that exist, traditional leaders, community leaders, civic leaders, is something that we have worked with and which we do know that it has worked and it would work. So restructuring our information, repackaging the information, targeting the right people at the right time is very strategic to actually the uptake of COVID vaccines. But as long as we do not engage them, we program for them, and we don't want to take the vaccines to them without providing the accurate requisite, which is accuracy in terms of the information, involving them as key stakeholders, we cannot sustain that momentum. Thank you.
Testing. Can you please get this microphone?
Thank you. If I may, Ayode Alakija, there's a key issue there that the last presenter just raised. I think Tiana also just raised it, about resource that I wanted to speak to, and funding. And I mean, this is a CSO meeting, so tomorrow's the day when we will have the funders at the table, many of the donors and partners at the table. Today is just us. But this issue, I wanted to highlight the fact that the reason that we don't have many African CSOs, even though they're online, but present here in the room today, is because of funding. The reason why we have a lot of people from high-income countries and from the global north here present and are able to participate in person is because of funding. When we went out to ask for support for, maybe 60 or so CSO people to come into Abuja, the constraints were huge. And these are some of the ability to participate, the ability to be a part physically in the space. We have to begin to rethink how things are done. I mean, the constraints, just now I'm receiving on my phone, we have lost 4 African delegates in the last 24 hours who were unable to board their plane because of constraints to do with forms, NCDC, PCR tests. They couldn't get PCR tests done in time. We have an honorable minister here who I want to recognize from Sao Tome and Principe. Honorable Minister, welcome and thank you for joining us. Please, thank you very much, ma'am. We want to welcome you. And, they had to take about 4 or so tests before they got here through 2 different ports. I mean, these are real constraints, real life constraints that we are seeing in real time here as we convene PortsToArms. So I think very much I want to place this on the table, that those who want to work with community service organizations and who say that the voice must be heard, well, you must fund them. You cannot just give the money to those that you think are appropriate. That you like and that are your friends from before. You cannot just give them the money and say, okay, you must give the money now to them and put 2 steps down. We must put our money where our mouth is, because money is power. And what this is we need to shift power, and power, as we say in Niger, power must change hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alakija. I hope, Familaya, your questions were answered. I know you had a second part of your question, but due to time, I'm going to take another question from the gentleman over here. Thank you very much, sir, for your contribution. I believe he was first, and then we'll go to...
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on the existing protocols, and I must thank the organizers of this program for bringing this very well-informed forum to Nigeria. I listened passionately to...
Sir, could you please introduce yourself?
My name is Shola Kayode. I served as the Nigerian representative to UNIDO. I was based in Paris, and since return, I've got myself engaged in some civil society work. and I presently work with the Forum of MSME Business Membership Organizations. I'm an expert in systems thinking, so I'm coming up to react to the presentation by Onesimus Kalama. I think I was quite impressed with the model. It's the model I was touched with. There was a model where he talked about the issues societies and communities should address. That's where I'm coming from. And I've picked on 2 issues: vaccine hesitancy and misinformation. You know, on the onset and at the break of COVID, there were some conspiracy theories too that came with it. And this actually affected a good number of communities embracing it. When vaccination was now introduced, there was hesitancy, and invariably, that's the issue I'm picking on, and misinformation. Hesitancy had, again, had a very big contribution to, even when vaccines were supplied and people hesitated to take it, it led to vaccines expiring, which was a waste on whatever, whether it's donors that donated them or whether it was host governments that paid for them. So the aspect of hesitancy is very key in the model. And I think this issue needs to be addressed even in the forthcoming interventions by donors. There's no point donors giving vaccines which people don't access and take. And then expiration of vaccines is not good to anybody. It's a waste. So this should be addressed. And then misinformation. When people are not adequately informed in societies and their communities, they stand to stand back. Thank God I was able to take my own 2 jabs, and I'm looking forward to taking the booster. But it's not everybody that embraced it because of misinformation and the conspiracy theory behind it. And I think this needs to be done and intensified. I want to congratulate donors who put in money to ensure that vaccine was shared. In terms of equity, you can't, when we look at our fingers are not equal. So in the world, there's never equity. There will never be equity in the world. The owner of the know-how, of making the vaccine will hold the least countries that have less knowledge to ransom. You can't contest that. Knowledge is a power. And I think the challenge African countries have is for them to stand up to the R&D. Research and development is what we need. And if this is intensified, I think African scientists can stand up and then go into vaccine manufacture. And I think that's the other aspect where I want to come in, is where collaboration becomes very important. No foreign countries want to give out their know-how. Yes? Because they research for it and it's at a cost. Even when you want to acquire it, even when you want to acquire the know-how, you must first be aware that knowledge exists anyway. If you're not aware the knowledge exists, you cannot even think of accessing it. Then the aspect of accessing it becomes important through education. Africa is backward in education. So we need to brace up and make sure this is done, to make sure scientists emerge, even in schools.
Thank you very much, sir.
And so on and so forth. Thank you very much. I want to congratulate once more the organizers for making this possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to take one last question. We have 2 minutes, and we'll just take the question from the lady down the right.
Sorry. I wanted to talk about the youth inclusion and...
Introduction, please.
My name is Halima, the Information and Youth Engagement Officer of Africa Health Project Network. So I'm going to be a little biased and talk about the youth. I wanted to ask how the youth engagement and inclusion has been used to amplify voices and advocacy space.
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Okay. Yeah. In the aspect of youth engagement and inclusion, has he assisted in infodemics, and how are they being involved in this to amplify voices in advocacy space?
Okay. Does anyone have a response for that question? Any of our panelists online? Okay, we have a response over here on the left. Can I get a microphone, please?
So my name is Chinasa Ikelu. I'm from Crown African Kids Education. So the response I have is to the man who spoke. I mean, it talked about accessibility. So, actually...
So, I'm sorry, do you have a response for her question?
No.
No?
Not hers, but his.
Okay. I was asking a response for her question.
Okay.
Yes. Do you have one for her?
No, not for her.
Okay, I believe, ma'am, you had a response for her question? Yes? No. Okay, so go ahead and your comments. Does anyone have a response for her question? All right, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity. So, I mean, accessibility here is two-way. I mean, from the developed countries to the developing countries, and when it gets to the developing countries, to the rural areas. So, the first part can be solved, I mean, has been solved already. I mean, the European Union recently did the intellectual property right transfer, knowledge transfer, to 6 countries in Africa. So that answers your question. And when it gets to these countries, excuse me, it now moves to the rural communities. And one way we can solve this is technology. I mean, studies have actually been carried out that, that the use of technology can aid transfer of these vaccines from one point to another. So that's exactly what I have, the comment to his question. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so it is now time for our coffee break, but before we get to our coffee break, I'm just going to, again, repeat Halima's question here because I think it's a very important one. Her question was on the youth. A lot of times when we're talking about community and inclusion and distribution of vaccines, it seems as though the question of whether the youth are getting vaccinated is being overlooked. So that's something that we should think about over the course of today and tomorrow, and I'm sure we'll be able to get a response to that. So thank you very much again to all of our contributors and speakers who joined us virtually. We're going to go on a 10-minute break, and there's tea and coffee over here to my right. So please go ahead and get some refreshments, and we will be back in 10 minutes. And let me just make sure I have that time. We'll be back at 2:15. And we're trying to be as prompt and to keep to time, so please ensure that you're back in the hall. All right, thank you very much.
Mic check.
We're going to begin the session now. If you can please return back to the hall. Our tea and coffee break is over. The session will be beginning right now. Please return back to the hall. Thank you. Can all participants please return back to the hall? The session is going to begin. If you are outside, please return back to the hall as the session is beginning now. We are trying to keep to time as much as possible, so we are going to begin the session right now. It is now 2:15, and it is our scheduled time for our next session. If all participants can please return into the hall so we can begin. All right. Thank you, everyone. I hope we were all able to enjoy that tea and coffee break. I have to say I was quite excited. I was quite surprised by the lovely display of sandwiches. I actually really enjoyed them. So our first session was very, very insightful, and I think a lot of points were raised, and we were able to hear from colleagues across the Global South and really have a better understanding of what's on ground and what kind of case studies are out there, and the day-to-day experiences that they're facing when it comes to the distribution of vaccines. Now, our next section is going to be, fortunately, we have both some of our participants and speakers who will be in person, and then we do have a few people who will be virtual as well. And remember, at the end of the session, you do have the opportunity to ask questions, as this is, a CSO day where we want to make sure that we're engaging as much as possible and really preparing for tomorrow as well, where we'll have a lot of the funders here. The next session that we're going to be having is Making It Work in Africa, Securing Africa's People, Government, Responsibility for Delivery. Government's Responsibility for Delivery. And this session is going to be moderated by the Executive Director of Engagement and Mobilization at One Campaign, and she goes by the name Ms. Sarah Maka Ugabe. And she will be our moderator for today, and she'll be doing the introductions of the speaker. So if we can please welcome Sarah as she comes forward to the stage.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, and welcome back to those in the room. For our guests online, we're still working on making sure you have tea and snacks virtually, but we're not there yet. I'm really excited about this session, and a few housekeeping things. Some of the panelists on our agenda have changed, and I'm really excited because we have a diverse set of speakers from Nigeria, Kenya, and Rwanda joining us today. To start, the pandemic taught us a lot of things. It showed us the ingenuity of humanity and science. We were able to create vaccines in record time. There was the intention of collaboration with the creation of mechanisms like COVAX to share vaccines equitably. But the pandemic also showed us a few other less desirable things. We saw that Africa was effectively left behind in the race to acquire vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics. we saw that sometimes the systems that were put in place for equitable distribution did not work as designed. And while it was a global response and we've looked at what indigenous CSOs can do, we want to look at what our governments internally can do and have done. It's not so much reflecting on what the rest of the world did to Africa or does to Africa. It's also reflecting on how we can sharpen our own responses on the government, on the continent. So it's an internal look. And to help us with that conversation, I have 4 people who I'll invite, 2 to the podium here, to the front stage, and 2 online. And for equity, I'll do it offline and online. First, let me introduce Dr. Hadiza Kamofu. Welcome, Dr. Hadiza. Please take your place in front there. Dr. Hadiza is the acting country director for FHI 360 Nigeria, seeing the country's portfolio in health, education, nutrition, gender-based violence response, private sector engagement, humanitarian crisis. She's also the deputy chief of staff for the strengthening integrated delivery for HIV and AIDS services. Dr. Hadiza, we welcome you. And online, can we make welcome Mr. Nahashon Aluoka, who's from Kenya. He's the regional advisor at the Pandemic Action Network. He brings about 10 years of experience working in advocacy, policy, campaigning. Welcome, Mr. Nahashon.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here.
Excellent. Here in the room, we have Mr. Busayo Morakinyo. Busayo is the governance, transparency, and accountability expert with ingrained experience working on marginal grassroots community with connected development. He's worked with a network of over 7,000 youths demanding improvement to public services. Welcome, Busayo. Last but not the least, and also from our government representative, we have Mr. Hassan Sibomana. Mr. Hassan, all the way from Rwanda, welcome. He is here on behalf of the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Health and the Director of Vaccinations. Mr. Hassan, welcome and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Let's start. How did the government perform on the continent with the pandemic delivery? What did you see from your vantage point? Let's start with Dr. Hadiza and we'll move to Busayo and then we'll go online. Go ahead, Dr. Hadiza.
Thank you so much. So I think one of the first things that really happened is mobilizing support from the highest level of leadership. In Nigeria, for example, we had the presidential task force, and the president basically inaugurated this committee and set the SGF, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, as the chair of this committee. And it was basically had participation from several ministers and ministries. So it was interministerial, and then we also had a lot of different ministries, departments, and agencies providing support. So from the national level, there was very strong leadership, and of course the international community rallied around and supported the PTF, and then we had a national coordinator who was also a very experienced epidemiologist and clinician, and so there was very large response, from across different ministries, departments, and agencies, and from the very highest level. And of course, very quickly, resources were mobilized. And one of the greatest things that they were able to do was to mobilize the private sector. For the first time, we saw the private sector really rally around, bring resources to the table, and really support interventions, particularly, the handling the economic aspect of things with palliatives and so on and so forth. So there was very strong coordination at the national level. So I think this was something that really worked for us.
Thank you. And Busayo, connected development follows the money. So tell us how the government did as far as the fund flow for the pandemic response here in Nigeria.
So immediately the pandemic hit, for us it was a signal because we're used to the Nigerian situation, and 2 contexts comes to mind. In 2012, there was a flood across the river Niger and river Benue, and we saw funds coming. but we didn't know how those funds were expended. So it was a red flag. When Ebola also hit, there was that consciousness. And the consciousness of what happened in the Northeast was also on the front burner, where we're able to get a whole lot of funds into the country, but the utilization of that fund was shrouded in a little kind of secrecy, which is kind of our realities around here. So one of the first things we did was that we started from the conversation around procurement. And the first meeting we had, which was very strategic, was with the Bureau of Public Procurement, because we were under a lockdown. For us, following the money involves we visualizing and tracking the funds, to the granular level. So we wanted to see the ventilators that were coming into the country. We wanted to see the PPEs that were coming into the country, but we're locked down, right? So we had to have a conversation with the Bureau of Public Procurement, ICPC. We invited the EFCC, we invited SERAP, we invited our friends from Procurement Monitors, that's Budeshi, PPDC, and we had that robust conversation. One of the things that happened was, within 24 hours after that conversation, the Bureau of Public Procurement released the emergency procurement guidelines. And it was very memorable for us, because this was within 24 hours, after civil society guys requested for it. But much more than that was the fact that part of the guidelines was that immediately after the lockdown, they were going to share with us the data of the entire procurement system, what happened, with emergency procurement, because people couldn't move. Maybe we'll get that data tomorrow, but for now, we do not have that data. Another thing that happened that was very remarkable was the fact that, yes, government mobilized, the private sector mobilized, but unfortunately, we saw what happened, at the aftermath of the protests around the country, where governments actually started hoarding these palliatives, quote and unquote. And it was very simple for us. We said to CACOVID, you've mobilized funds. We know the government. Why don't you bring us into the picture from the get-go, so that we can be able to put a check on the government? Whilst we understood there was a health emergency, we had to pedal down a little and not be in people's faces, because people were trying to survive COVID. It was very important that every dime that came into the country was supposed to be accounted for. Just about 2 weeks ago, we sent an FOI to the Ministry of Budgets and Planning, and we discovered that 52 tertiary health centers in this country got about 950 million naira each, and 52 of them. And I can tell you authoritatively that in some states, we cannot compare. When we compare notes, we cannot see what 950 million naira did, because some of them were supposed to create, get new beds, get new facilities to be able to tackle COVID, and much more than that, prepare for another emergency, if it happens. So when it comes to the physical conversation, we think we've not really moved too far from where we used to be, which is a big concern. And just to say finally, that we launched Follow COVID Money in about 7 other African countries. So I'm talking about Kenya, Malawi, Cameroon, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Ghana, and Nigeria. And the truth of the matter is, for example, Cameroon, as at 2021, published how much they spent all through COVID-19. The same thing too with Malawi. In fact, in Malawi, we got the president to, fire one of his ministers for misappropriating COVID fund. But in Nigeria, largest country, in Africa, the last time we got our audit was from 2019. So it's telling me that the next time we're going to get an audit, or get an audit that looks at what we spent during COVID, it's probably going to be in 2024, 2025.
So thank you so much, Basai. I'm hearing a checkered response. There was responsiveness. There was a national responsiveness. There was sub-national spotty response. And there's an element of the resources and transparency and looking at where the resources are spent in an environment of a lockdown, of a pandemic. Let's move on to Kenya. You mentioned that COVID, Follow the Money is in Kenya. Nashona, you're here from the Pandemic Action Network. How did the Kenyan government do with the pandemic?
Thanks a lot. It's good to hear some of those reflections from the previous speakers. I think it's not very different from the case in Nigeria. And one thing I must mention is that with this pandemic, like previous ones, we saw a cycle of panic and neglect. And I think we really must give credit to the regional leadership by Africa CDC that moved very early to convene our health and finance ministers to lay strategies to respond to this pandemic. And I think that initial meeting played a critical role. And we've seen really remarkable leadership, very decisive, very responsive in Kenya as well, and quite a number of other African countries as well. And I think that in itself has, led Africa to where we are. We know the continent has been affected, not as much as compared to the developed world, even with our weak health system. But that political leadership, being decisive and responsive, instituting the public health measures, irrespective of the economic, social, and political implications, I think was really helpful for the continent. Of course, in terms of resources, and I know some of the speakers have alluded to this as well, even before this pandemic, we had transparency and accountability challenges. And so with a crisis like this, of course, the risk of that being elevated are higher. And so you would expect that with, our traditional problems with governance, we are bound to be at this very weird place where we lose money that we really need to save lives. So, just to wrap it up, I think Kenya, like many other African countries, exercised that coordinated response to this pandemic, right from the national level to the community level. We had the COVID task force and, a very active health minister, and, this was a top priority, and this is still a top priority for the government, for the president, like in many other countries. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Hearing about the regional coordination and the coordination within the government, this is a recurring theme as we think through Africa's response. Coordination at the regional level, at the Pan-African level, at the national level, less so on the subnational level, but we'll get to that. Now, we'll go to Rwanda, and I saved you for last because I know you're representing the government, so there might be constraints to your response, but tell us about Rwanda's experience. It was different from other African countries. How did the government respond to COVID in Rwanda?
Yeah.
Hassan, we have lost your audio in the room here. Just want
to thank you. So sorry for that. So I was unmuted. Yeah, thank you a lot. So turning to how government of Rwanda responded to this COVID-19 pandemic, actually I will start using figures. So if you look at the number of tests performed as of yesterday, so we have performed 4.7 million tests. And if you look at the number of people vaccinated as of yesterday, we have so far vaccinated with the first dose 8.7 million, representing almost 67% of the total population. And then also the number of people vaccinated, fully vaccinated, actually the coverage is very good. Now we are achieving 60%. And we have started also to provide the booster dose. We are at 11.2% as of yesterday. So you can understand that really Rwanda, we responded very well to this pandemic. But of course, I have to say that also we had some challenges. So if you look at when we started to vaccinate our people, when vaccination campaign started in March, on 5th March 2021, actually there was no hope of having also vaccines. And most of vaccines were received at the end of the year, 2021, last quarter. So I was trying to see figures and found that almost 18 million doses actually were received in only one quarter, last quarter. And if you look at the number of doses received, most of them have already a very short shelf life. So in total, so far has received 22 million doses, having also 18 million received in only one quarter, from October to January 2022. Having also a big number of vaccines with a very short shelf life, actually you can understand, it was very challenging. So there was a requirement of involving everyone, and good enough, we had a good support from the high leadership, because actually without having a good leadership, actually it is very, very difficult to manage the pandemic. So if you look at the number of staff we have in vaccination programs, actually before the pandemic, we were very few, less than 10. So currently we have a good support from stakeholders, including UNICEF, WHO, Clinton Health Access Initiative. So it helped also to manage this pandemic. And also, if you look at the number of people actually supporting vaccination activities, even on the field, so you will find that everyone now is involved. So we in previous session, actually there was a discussion about the involvement of the civil society organization. So in Rwanda, I have to say that really we had a good chance, because actually everyone understood that really it is the concern. Everyone was involved. That is the lesson we learned, because we couldn't manage this pandemic. So to have this coverage and having able to use all doses, almost all doses, so actually it is because of working together, working as a team, having a multidisciplinary stakeholders. So actually everyone can support in his or her area. So we need to collaborate. There is no need of putting someone behind. Actually, with the pandemic, we have to work together. So this is the way we can defeat this pandemic. And then I have to highlight that actually the support from the high leadership is key. Thank you.
Thank you, Hassan, for that. Numbers speak loud. 67% fully vaccinated Rwandese, which definitely is higher than Africa's average of about 12%. Thank you for that contribution. You started off talking about where the challenges were, so we're going to pivot to challenges. Where were we deficient in delivering? I mean, we can start with a number, 12% fully vaccinated, and yes, that is a combination of internal challenges and external challenges. But let's look with a critical eye at, if a next pandemic comes, what can we learn from what we did wrong this time? Knowing fully well we're not out of a pandemic, because the effect of a pandemic really depends on what kind of country you are, low income or high income. So while some can afford to live with the virus, some countries have no choice but to live with the virus. Let me pass this on to Dr. Hadiza. Deficiency in delivery, where did you see weaknesses?
Very strong coordination at the national level. But we all know that once you get to the sub-national level, there were a lot of issues. It's either the incident management systems that need to be put in place for this kind of COVID-19 epidemic was not in place, or it was weak. So as you go down to the district level, as we call them in Nigeria, local government areas, they are practically non-existent. So in terms of also risk communication, just a similar picture. So you find that a lot of the people in the urban areas who basically respect all the protocols, COVID-19 prevention protocols. But if you go down to the villages, most people don't know anything about COVID, and they probably think it's the disease of the rich man or the disease of city dwellers. So risk communication was very weak as you go down to the lower levels, within the community. And basically, I think that there wasn't enough mobilization of civil society groups, which are supposed to set the agenda and put the social accountability framework in place and ensure that we hold our leaders accountable. So that was a missing link. Lockdown or no lockdown, these activities should be going on. So because we had experience from controlling the Ebola pandemic, and you will think that we now understood and we knew exactly what to do. It helped us to be able to take off, when COVID-19 came on board. But then you discover that there was probably not very good integration And they really capitalizing on the opportunity and the resources available to build the health system further and have a resilient health system that will withstand any kind of, incidents or a pandemic. So we had problems with the M&E system, also the surveillance system, even availability of workers to help with, contact tracing, the diagnosis, to find the cases and to link them to treatment or to isolate and to manage them and to keep vital statistics. At some point, we were not sure about our numbers that were tested, numbers that were diagnosed, numbers that died. We just hear about mortalities, massive mortalities in some location, and it's being investigated whether it is linked to COVID or not. So a lot of people died in their homes during the lockdown, and there was no record of whether they were tested for COVID or not. So a lot of these things really happened, and it really showed again the level of preparedness that we had and the fact that we need to do better, because nobody knows when the next epidemic or pandemic is going to break out.
There's an urban-rural dichotomy, the differences in our urban and rural areas. Data, data, data. If we don't keep the track of the numbers, we don't know what's happening. Mobilizing civil society. In the previous session, we talked about indigenous civil society and the role they play in connecting with communities. Basaya, let me turn to you. Deficiency in government delivery and in our country's delivery. You started mentioning about some challenges around tracking the funds. In addition to tracking the funds, and you can shed more light on that, what else did you see as deficiency, especially as we prepare looking to the future?
Yeah, I mean, while she was speaking, I was just here saying, I mean, everything she said was the truth. Now, a bigger problem was the problem of distrust. Citizens didn't trust the government, so it was easy for conspiracy theories to come up. I know that we had to begin a series of radio shows across the country where we tried to dispel, all this myth around COVID. There were people who told me after the lockdown when we went to the field that COVID was a punishment from God to those people that are stealing Nigerians' money. And that's what they believed. They believed it was only big people that got. So when we get into a community, face masked, trying to ensure that we have sanitizers here and there, they laugh at us. There are some places, even, capitals of states where you were just going to be the only one using a face mask. People didn't believe. And the reason is not far-fetched from the fact that people didn't trust government. We had people also that said to us that government was just using it to make money. That if there was COVID in Nigeria, more people would have died because they saw the statistics and they felt, just few people died. And it's quite unfortunate when citizens do not trust their government. And you would also not want to blame the citizens. There had been points where the citizens listened to government and they were disappointed by the reaction of government. So a typical example, people died during COVID, and that's the truth. Now, but on TV, you saw where government organized burials, with people cramped up in a space, and someone would look at me and tell me, you said there's COVID, but look at the TV now, you have people, government officials, still going on campaigns with places packed up, to the fullest. And it was a bragging right for political parties to say, at my campaign rally, we had more people. But this was during COVID. Now, so it was easy for citizens to not want to care too much, what government was saying. Secondly, when it came to fiscal responsibility also, for example, we know that all the states in this country got 1 billion naira for COVID. Lagos State got 10 billion directly from the federal government. Kano State got 5 billion from the federal government. Now, the question is, what was the significant change those funds made in these states? Even the states that said there was no COVID, I'll call the state, Kogi State, they got 1 billion for COVID intervention. Now, from the federal government. Now, there was nothing to show on the ground that those funds were judiciously used to fight COVID. So it was easy for citizens to say, hey, leave this COVID story. People are just using it to make money. Another example was what I gave. We saw how people broke into warehouses, taking out stuff, we call them hoodlums or call them several names. But the truth of the matter is the moment people do not see, that same level of commitment in terms of putting actions, to the words we hear from the government, the more citizens relax into themselves and say, hey, the government is up to their gimmicks once again. We did something else. We went around 15 states in this country enumerating the primary health centers, in these 15 states. And it was terribly below par. Now, primary health centers are supposed to be the ones who, receive and store these vaccines and distribute the vaccines, right? So when we went to the field, we were trying to ask a few questions. What is the transportation of these vaccines like? What kind of vehicles are these vaccines transported in? In what temperature, were these vaccines transported in? Secondly, we were asking the simple question of the ability of these primary healthcare centers to store vaccines. Then thirdly, we're asking of the ability of these primary healthcare centers to evenly distribute vaccines. Now, one of the symposiums we held in Lagos State, together with budget under a project we called CTAP that covered these 7 African countries, the representative from Life Bank shared some damning realities with us. One of such was the fact that the transportation of those vaccines in some instances fell short of global best practices. So the temperature in which those vaccines were supposed to be stored, was actually not there. So in essence, what some health centers got were just empty vials. It was just water. Because the content of the vaccine was gone. And that's the truth. So you now begin to ask yourself a question. Did we have to wait till COVID before primary health centers were going to be standardized across the country? There is a minimum requirement for primary healthcare centers in Nigeria from the NPHCDA, for God's sake. So with all of these realities we saw on the field, sometimes it's now really difficult for us to try to convince citizens that, hey, you have to even go, to take vaccines. Secondly, are those vaccines readily available? There were some communities that got only 100 vials of vaccines, and a community that houses about 5,000 to 7,000 people with just 100 doses, and all. Those were the kind of experience we got on the field.
Thank you, Vasai. What I'm hearing is the best time to prepare for a pandemic is before the pandemic. So how do we regain trust in government for moments like this? How do we build the infrastructure like primary healthcare centers for moments like this? How do we entrust in physical responsibility with transparency before moments like this hit? Let me move over to Kenya. Nahashon, what did you see as the deficiency in Kenya's response to the pandemic? So this is based on the Pandemic Action Network. What did you see as Kenya's deficiency in responding to this pandemic?
Thanks a lot. I must say, Pandemic Action Network, we are a regional and global advocacy network, so not just focused on Kenya. That's where I'm based. But some deficiency from what we observe, not just in Kenya. But I think one of the deficiencies, and this is something that the continent really has to think about, is the issue of national level inequities that has become very glaring with this pandemic. We do talk a lot about equities in access to COVID tools, be they diagnostics, therapeutics, vaccines. But I think within our national level, we also have a serious issue when it comes to equity. And we have to start thinking of how do we make health services widely accessible to marginalized communities. So for me, that's something that is a systemic issue, and we really need to address it as a lesson from this pandemic. The second thing I would want to point out as another deficiency is really how the levels of funding we are giving to health generally. A pandemic hits you hard when the systems are not developed. And I think we really have to go back and ask ourselves as a people that how serious are we with funding to our health sector? Going back to the Abuja Declaration, for instance, and other commitments, how are we funding our health sectors? Is it enough to help us better prepare for another health threat? We don't know when it will come, but for sure it will come. So that's another deficiency. Our levels of funding to our health sector is a major deficiency. And lastly, I know the issue of data, that has been mentioned. I think that's something that, again, has been a weak point in our response, and not just, in Kenya, but, other countries across the globe. How do we fix our health management information system? How do we make the data easily available, and how does that data get to inform our health policies? And I think that link explains why in some countries we've had, public reversion towards some of the health policies that have been put in place. So those three are the main deficiencies that I see, and I think if we address them, we also make ourselves get a better pedestal when it comes to preparing for the future. Helpful in addressing this pandemic, but most importantly, in making us as a continent, as countries, better prepared for the next health threat.
Thank you very much for that. The Abuja Declaration, as you mentioned, was in 2001, and African countries signed up to have 15% of their annual budgets to preparing healthcare. We know as about 3 or 4 years ago, only 6 countries have hit that threshold. So how serious are we to prepare the basis for our primary healthcare system? Let me move over to Hassan. Hassan, I know you are in the government. Would like you to put on a veil of sort of internal introspection. Where were the deficiencies in Rwanda's delivery in spite of such great numbers of 67% fully vaccinated? It's not 100%, so where were the deficiencies?
Yeah, thank you. So this is a good question, and I think most of the issues we had, it is like in other African countries. Actually, you have to know that behind every success there is always challenges. So in Rwanda we had like 3 challenges. These are many challenges we had. The first one is related to insufficiency of health personnel. So actually, if you look at the number of people working in the health sector, and also are requested to perform their normal duty, and also there is the pandemic. So you can understand really it is a big issue because, let me take an example of myself. So I'm in vaccination program since 2012, but if you look at number of staff we have in EPR, it's not easy to request even for your annual leave. So since we started this pandemic, so actually no one is even taking annual leave. So this is a big issue. So actually we should have a big number of health personnel so that these people can also perform the normal duty, because actually there is so many services in the health sector in which we can focus on, most especially prevention activities. So the second one, it was actually the insufficiency of funds. So all of us actually, it was a surprise. When we had this COVID pandemic, so actually no one was prepared. So you can understand. So we are spending a lot of money in this COVID-19 pandemic, because actually even though we are having so many people supporting as volunteers, so you have to make sure that at least the minimum they can have like transportation, they can have meal. So this is also something very important. So it's not easy actually to ask someone to help you and work for the whole week with the whole month without giving anything, even just to pay the transportation fees. You can understand that is also a big issue. But also there is a big issue. So, we were talking about the coverage in Africa. Now we are at 12%. So it's not because we have vaccines. Actually, most of countries are struggling also to have access to the vaccines. So actually, our scientists should sit and try to see how we can at least start manufacturing some vaccines, some medicines, some products in which we can use in our own services. Because actually this is a big issue, to rely always on vaccines coming outside. And once we have also vaccines, sometimes we have issues with vaccine devices. So you can understand, even in Rwanda we had also this issue. Because I was saying we had more than 80% of vaccines.
Hassan, we've lost your audio again, unfortunately. While we get that back, I want to talk to those of us in the room and online. Let's prepare for some questions. This is the Ports to Arms Summit, and we're really looking at how do we get Africa's response to equitable delivery and manufacturing. And Hassan touched on the point of manufacturing. We've talked about how government delivered. I'm really tempted to ask for grades, A to F. What would you give your government? I might sneak it in at the end, so please prepare for that. Where was government deficient? Let's pivot. What can civil society and citizens do to enhance transparency and accountability and delivery for this moment we're in and for the future moments? Because unfortunately, as the world evolves, a pandemic is not a matter of if, but a matter of when. It's not the first we've seen, it's not the last we'll see. So what is the role that citizens, civil society, all of us across the room can do to enhance the transparency and accountability in government's delivery? Dr. Hadiza, let me start with you.
Significant experience with strong advocacy by civil society organizations with the HIV epidemic, for example. World over, at the beginning of the pandemic, a lot of countries had to, individuals had to pay out of pocket in order to have the antiretroviral drugs. But with the strong advocacy that took place through civil society action, we got to a place where there was sufficient funding to provide this treatment free, particularly for sub-Saharan Africa, where the pandemic was heaviest. So from this experience, you know that civil society is relevant in providing strong advocacy, in setting agenda in terms of what the priorities are and where the funding should go. They should also have a social help set up, very strong social accountability systems. And I'm happy to see my colleague here who is talking so strongly about accountability. I mean, we need that level of transparency, not just with the funding, but also with the data. To be able to understand what is really going on, everybody must have access to data and should be able to understand what that data is speaking to. It's that opaqueness that really brings a lot of mistrust. So civil society can do a lot, to drive that transparency and accountability in our system. But they are also the bridge between demand and supply systems. So they can help to drive demand within the community. If you go to any community these days and you want to start any work and you don't meet with the gatekeepers, the opinion leaders, identify those ones who will facilitate entry into the communities, I mean, you will not be successful. So a lot of communities have very strong opinions about what they believe and what they want to practice, and you cannot just enforce anything on anybody. So it's very important that we mobilize the civil society to act as that bridge, to drive demand, but also to drive supply, so that as supplies are made available, demand is also meeting up with it. So civil society can really do a lot to also be on the platform to help with effective coordination, leadership, and governance within our system. But I think for me, there's also the issue of the fact that right now we don't have an enabling environment for supporting epidemic preparedness in terms of platforms for production of diagnostics, production of therapeutics, and also vaccines. So this is a huge gap in terms of our epidemic preparedness, and I think civil society can really mobilize themselves to push that agenda and ensure that we begin to create the enabling environment for this to happen. So by and large, I can see a big role for civil society to do, and we are yet to scratch the surface, as far as local health and global health security is concerned.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hadiza. You've said quite a bit there. Setting the agenda, and that's what we're here to do today. So this is not just a talk shop. This is not just a place where we think through where the issues are, think of solutions, but there'll be an opportunity for us to have a statement to governments and the international bodies in this very conference. So here's where what we're doing here is setting the agenda, identifying the spaces where, as civil society, we need to get done. I've heard this recurring throughout this pandemic. The HIV and AIDS response is a case study. It keeps coming up over and over. How did we get from $10,000 US for one antiretroviral pill to where we are today? It took a lot of effort. It took a lot of push. How do we get to scaling up and producing diagnostics? Helps with our data, tools, vaccines, therapeutics for this pandemic and future pandemics. Opaqueness breeds distrust. For our government partners in the room, and I know more of them will be in the room tomorrow, opaqueness breeds distrust. And we saw how distrust played a role in this pandemic. Busayo, let me move on to you. Role, and let me hear you speak tactically. What, practically speaking, can civil society and citizens do to create that enabling environment for delivery now and in the future?
Check. Okay. Let me just add a layer to what you said about opacity. We always say that corruption thrives in opacity. And until you spotlight, that particular sector, then the sector begins to open up. I know that, probably I was still much more younger, when the fight for HIV, was at the highest level. But I think one of the things that probably worked was that partnership, that ability, that framework that spoke to partnership. So I think as members of the civil society, if we're not partnering, then we're not doing anything. We have to speak in one voice, and it's very important. If the focus is on this pandemic and future pandemics that will come, just as you've said, we need more of partnerships, and we need to begin to build those partnerships now, before we have another pandemic. I also want to say that I classify the civil society into two. The first one is the organized civil society, where, FHI 360 plays, where connected development, follow the money, one, all of us, organized civil society. There's another set of people that are very important. Those people are the people we should define as the larger civil society. They don't have a king. They don't have an executive director. They don't have, anything. They're just citizens of the country. And she said it very clearly. And if we must reiterate that fact, the only thing we can do, would probably be, would play the roles of the catalyst, bring up the conversation. But the people whose ability it is to run with that conversation are the everyday citizens. And the truth of the matter is, until there is that massive demand, there may not be that level of supply in reciprocity. So whilst we engage with the people in these communities, the communities must take ownership also of the process. So I say to my guys, it's not about us. We're just catalysts. We're probably funded. The moment the funding goes off, what happens? It behoves on the people who, live in these communities to begin to build resilient communities. So maybe the organized civil society can now begin to think about ways we can build the resilience of communities enough for them to begin to speak for themselves, and not we becoming their mouthpiece. That a whole lot of times, and it's not healthy. Our funding the government may shut down civil societies. It has happened, in other African countries. There's currently a fight against civil society organizations. If, God forbid, if they succeed, what happens? Community must be able to wake up now, to begin to build their own certain level of resilience, begin to engage with their government face to face. 2023 is here. The politicians are going to go back home. When they go back home, what is community saying to them? These are very important conversations, we need to begin to have now. And maybe lastly, I would say that, civil societies are not the kings of the sector, the organized civil society. We're not heroes, actually. The community people, the people in the communities are the heroes. We must teach them to do what we do. We must teach them advocacy. They may even become better tools for advocacy, or they may create indigenous tools for advocacy better than what we can give them. So the moment, I'm tempted to use power to the people, but it sounds like a slogan of a political party. But the moment these people own this process we have, then I think our jobs becomes easier and they can take ownership.
Thank you very much. Those are really sage words. So we're looking internally. Civil society are not the mouthpiece of the community. How do we build the community to be the mouthpiece of the community? How do we build resilient communities? How do we build partnerships so that civil society does not work in silos across our countries, across our regions? How do we connect more together? How do we run ourselves out of business as civil society so that the community actually becomes a foundation that can interact with the government? That's the aspiration. Let me move to Pandemic Action Network. Now, Sean, you mentioned that not just Kenya does Pandemic Action Network work. It works across the world and across multiple African countries. What is your recommendation for how civil society and citizens can participate and entrench more transparency, accountability, and delivery across Africa?
Thank you for that question. And I was very passionate in his expression. If I was there, I should have given him a bottle of water or beer. He spoke to the heart of the matter. But I think, besides just transparency and accountability, I think with this pandemic, we've seen the important role of the civil society, a really important cog in any response. One of the other things that, besides the issue of transparency and accountability, CSOs can do is one, promotion and protection of human rights. We know that with a crisis, there are bound to be a lot of distraction to our institutions. And, even the implementation of laws can be affected in some way. And with this pandemic, and even in the past, we've seen civil society organizations continue to stick out their necks and hold the government accountable to promotion and protection of human rights. With this pandemic, it's really sad that in some African countries, we had news of people who lost their lives because they were beaten by the police for not having masks on, or they were staying out beyond, the curfews. So civil society really has a role to ensure that human rights is safeguarded in whatever circumstances, whether we're in the midst of a pandemic or not. Again, on transparency and accountability, I think, we've been talking about health services being disrupted with this pandemic. And I think we've seen civil society organizations continue to monitor and track service delivery, specifically health service delivery, so that even with this pandemic, we still ensure that, our health services, yes, they're disrupted, but how can we make health services still arrive for each and every citizen? That's the space for civil society organizations, and some are playing really a critical role in that regard. Lastly, and this speaks to what I also did mention, we know that with this pandemic, even the way CSOs work has been affected. We are no longer able to move, we can no longer do community sensitization. Another pandemic may get us to the same situation. How do we ensure that as CSOs, we will continue to do our role, albeit more innovatively, in another pandemic? Is it time for us to start thinking of digital accountability networks? Is it time for us to start thinking about digital civic engagement? And what are the challenges that may affect that? The technology has been, a key enabler in this pandemic. how do we make ourselves as civil society organizations attuned to these challenges and make sure that we are better able to engage and work together in future, especially as we drive forth the issues of transparency and accountability in the midst of a pandemic.
Thank you very much. That's a big idea. How do we learn from this time to be more innovative next time? Digital civic space. There's a thought. Hassan, I know you got caught off last time in Rwanda. I wonder if you're back on with us. The question goes to you. You're working from the vantage point of government. Based on what you've seen, how do you think civil society and citizens can engage to keep government more accountable to delivery in an environment of a pandemic or not a pandemic? I wonder if you're still there with us. It looks like we have lost connection with Hassan. While we try and get that back.
Yes, I'm back. Yeah?
There you are.
So, yeah, I'm back. Thank you. So
Hassan, if you can hear me.
If
you can hear me, perhaps you can turn off your video for bandwidth. We can hear audio because your audio is a little static. So maybe we can try that.
Okay. So I was saying that civil society can still be involved in these activities because actually what we learned as a big lesson from this pandemic, actually even the government itself, government alone can't do anything. Actually there is a need of a collaboration with everyone, civil society organization, with all the stakeholders. Not only those one working in the health sector, but also outside of the health sector. We have seen that even the government, Ministry of Health itself, it can't work. It can't respond to this pandemic. We need other ministries. So all of us together as a team, so this is how we can defeat this pandemic. So otherwise, no one can say that as Ministry of Health, as vaccination program, we can make sure that we respond to this pandemic alone. So all of us together, we can defeat this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All hands on deck. Government cannot do it alone. Now, ladies and gentlemen, online, offline, it's time to hear your voice. As Dr. Hadiza mentioned, CSOs sets the agenda for what needs to happen. Do we have any questions from those in the room, from those online, to our panelists, to each other? I've got a hand over here, the gentleman in the middle row. I've got another hand, the first row, the lady in the first row, but we'll take it one at a time. And please curate those who are online so we can add them and be inclusive with this participation. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I just want to make a point of correction.
Please introduce yourself, sir, and then let us know your comment or question. Thank you.
My name is Chinasa Ikelu, and I'm from Cake Foundation. So I think the solutions or the problems we identify during this gathering should serve as evidence to the government on what to do. So I think, just to point out, make a point of correction. Yeah, and going to some of the discussions by the panelists, you can engage the government if this public service is not digital. During the pandemic, for instance, you mentioned, there was a lockdown. So if, for instance, the public service or the civil service was digitalized, people were working from home at some point, in developed countries and even in some countries, developing countries. So if, for instance, the service is digitalized and with the FOI Act, you could easily get whatever information you want. So at this point, what we should be telling the government is digitalize everything. We've seen what technology can do, in our lives. And it makes us work smarter. So I think that's what we should be saying, what we should be telling the government. Digitalize, everything. There's even research shows that, at some point, robots will take our jobs. So, we're all going artificial at this point in our lives. So we should keep up with the pace of artificial intelligence. So, that's just the comment I think.
Thank you, Chinasa, for that. So it's digital public service in the era of AI. We have the lady in front.
Thank you, Sarah. My name is Monique Wasuna. I work for Drugs for Neglected Diseases Initiative, Africa Regional Office in Nairobi. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you to Dr. Lakija for the invitation. I also sit in her committee of the African Vaccine Delivery Alliance, and I'm glad to be here. Now, I just wanted to say that as an African woman, I've really been impressed by our governments. They've been able to come together for once and work on this pandemic together and be united in that effort. Of course, not so much, there were other flaws here and there, but on the whole, it's a concerted effort. What I want to also say is that we were lucky as Africans that the pandemic, even the severe form, we only had about 80 to 90% of it was mild. Can you imagine if it was so severe? We were expected to literally find people dying on the streets, but didn't happen. But have we taken the chance to study? Do we have data in Africa, not relying on data from the north? Do we have data of this pandemic that we can use next time? Yeah? So it must be a missed opportunity if we don't have that data. And also, in terms of moving in tandem, we are really racing towards vaccinating and manufacturing vaccines, but we should move in tandem also with diagnostics. Are we able to diagnose? I'm so proud of Rwanda. They did over 4 billion or million diagnostics during this time. We are leaving other African countries behind. Are we able to make a diagnosis? Are we able to, to move along where other countries are? Are we able to, what are we doing about treatments? Yeah? Because response to treatment is not the same. So now there are vaccines, but treatments are coming. And if we don't position ourselves, that will also pass us by and we'll be scrambling. And as you know, what will happen? So are we ahead on that as well? So I just wanted to make sure that I mentioned the issue of research and data. Research is important as African countries and governments. So the message to go to the African governments, I would say, is that we need research and we need local data, our own data, to be able to guide policy. And civil societies would be very key in giving information to the people, not just in the rural communities, but also up country. Those mothers out there in the gardens, they are split. They are so poor. They are split between going to vaccinate and what they are doing because they have to put food on the table. Have the civil societies gone to these mothers and asked them, because we can't be chasing people to go for vaccines, but we don't know their problems. As a doctor myself, when I see a patient, I have to ask a mother, so how are your goats? How is, ask them about their cows, because that's what's important to them, because if you start telling them your medicine, they will not hear. So I think you need to understand where the people are coming from.
Thank you.
So civil society, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Monique. Data, manufacturing, diagnostics, treatments, and making sure we have the surround sound picture of what our civil society is going through. There's a hand on the second row there.
Thank you very much. My name is Lizzie Ibine from Nigerian Women Agro-Allied Farmers Association. Now, the issue that Connected Development said that by making case, the government has to bring them on board. And we know that during that COVID time, that the CSOs are not on board. Now, did you try to share your experiences with other civil society? And how did you ask the government to open up? Because even in the issue of food, it was when hunger wanted to kill everybody that they allowed the farmers to go into their farms. So we should all be inclusive in our dealings with our government. We make sure and discuss that CSOs are recognized. And so also, all the fundings that came in, we heard that NCDC are the people in trust and finance. So where is the funding for the CSOs to work? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lizzie. And that question goes directly to connected development. I wonder if there's one more hand in the room. We can pick up the questions, or else we can go directly to Busaya. The floor is yours. So have you shared what you learned with other CSOs, and where's the money?
Yeah, so one of the things we did on the CETA project when we started was to set up a coalition, right? And this coalition involved connected development, budget, SERAP. It involved everyone, and we all came to the table. And good enough, we brought the Minister of State, for budget and national planning, Mr. Clem Agba, Prince Clem Agba rather, and we had that robust conversation. And the question we asked him was, where is the money? Because for us, we track, we visualize, and we ensure that what is in the books is what is on ground. He made very open statements and made commitments also. So I must actually say that we sent them an FOI, the Ministry of Budget and National Planning. They responded to our FOI. That was great. We sent to the CBN as at June 2020. The CBN told us what they had gotten at the time was about 34-point-something billion, and they had expended 30 billion. But the problem is, we had, and good enough this time, we had some level of data. But the data we don't have now is expense data. What was the money spent on? So, for example, the Ministry of Budget has said to us, we have to go to the Ministry of Health. We said, no, we're not going to the Ministry of Health. We are going granular on the field to see what 950 million, each to 52, tertiary institutions, what they were able to do with the money. So we have teams currently, tracking that level of funding, right? But the truth of the matter is, we alone, as connected development, or yes, we have an expansive network of people across the 36 states, and about 9 other international countries, African countries, but we cannot do it alone. So we're partnering with civil society organizations across border, and we're saying, hey, let's put hands together to ensure that even if we cannot get everything 100% to a certain level, let's be able to influence government's ability to bring everyone together. I also needed to correct a notion. I think one of the institutions that we must clap for was the NCDC. As it were, the NCDC was able to manage the crisis, but there's a misconception that funds went to NDDC. I don't speak for NCDC, but the truth of the matter is, the funds that got were more of operational funds. The other level of funds probably resided with the CBN, because COVID and the CBN had a certain level of partnership than the Ministry of Finance and all. And that's why I said, for us, our audit system is still archaic, is still backwards. Even countries that are performing poorly are doing better than Nigeria currently. So in Nigeria currently, what we're talking about is 2019 audits. And I said that at the beginning, and I don't know when we're going to get to 2020 audits, 2021 audits, probably 2022 audit. And I said, it's going to be in 2025. So our government institutions must be able to do more. And I liked what he said, when I had spoken to my colleagues about this, and this is something we need to begin to engage government on. We need to digitize the entire process of the civil service and even the public service. I should be able to send a mail, to the Ministry of Health, and I get data from the Ministry of Health. I should be able to sit down in my house as a citizen, not even as a member of the organized civil society, and get information. We're definitely, going to begin to collaborate across board to ensure that we do what we do best. Try to convince, advocate that we move government, to the digital space. They embraced Zoom, courtesy of COVID.
they should embrace more than Zoom. They should embrace, that day-to-day process, digitizing the process. But maybe finally from my end, I also want to say that, where there is no information, there's bound to be fake news. One of the things the government hammers on is fake news, blah, blah, blah. And I say to myself, one of the reasons why fake news will keep thriving is the absence of real news. So if the government can be able to, and we're ready to partner with the government, sincerely, we've helped government build their own institutions in terms of data gathering, data visualization, and how they can be able to use data. We can not do everything for government, and that's why government is government. And I said, put all the civil society organizations together today, we may not be able to do what one state government would do in less than an hour, and that's the truth. And there's also a difference between what happens in the federal government and subnational government. State governments are still fighting the use of FOIs in their states. There's a case in the Supreme Court, unfortunately it's my state, Ondo State, that is in the Supreme Court fighting the use of freedom of information request, right? So much more than even digitizing these things, we still need to answer questions at the subnational level. It's pretty chilled at the federal level, but when we go down, and when you even go to the local government, it's better imagined, than experienced.
Thank you for that response. As we close this session down, one of the things that we are here to do is have a CSO statement. One of the panelists said Africa needs to speak with one voice, CSOs need to speak with one voice. There are multiple layers of CSO. There's the organized and the largest CSO, as Busa has educated us on today. This week will be an important week. Not only the PortsToArms Summit holding here, a pivotal global South Summit, where Africa raises its voice with one voice to demand for what it needs and sets that agenda. There's also the G7 Leaders Summit happening on Thursday. And one of the things we want to do very directly is the outcome of this summit, share it with the G7 who are meeting on Thursday. So for our panelists and for our participants, the last words goes to you. What should be part of Africa's agenda that we table before the G7, that we table before our governments? What is the CSO communique on what needs to happen, not only for this pandemic, but for future pandemics? Now, let me caveat by saying, as Africa thinks more about health autonomy and strategic health autonomy, we must look internally for where our resources will come from. We can't always ask for resources from abroad. We must look at our own internal resource generation. I believe that the power dynamics shifts when you're the receiving end, and that's not what's happening. So we really have to think critically about what is the statement we want the world to know that the CSOs are saying at this PortsToArms Summit to ensure that Africa responds equitably to the delivery of vaccines, therapeutics, treatments, diagnostics, and manufacturing. So I'll start with Hassan. Hassan, if you are online and can read me, what would be part of what should we include in this statement? And I know you wear the government hats, but from where you sit, what is Africa saying to the rest of the world?
Yeah, thank you a lot, sir. So actually, you are right. We have to look first internally what we can do ourselves, not relying always to what comes from outside, because actually what is coming from outside sometimes arrive late. So with the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen that already so many countries are struggling to find tests, to find vaccines. So if we should manufacture a vaccine, manufacture these tests ourselves, actually it should help. I think I agree with the previous speakers. Actually, Africa should speak one voice. Through African Union, we should be able to make sure that we can handle some of our issues without always seeing what is happening outside and then wait. I think that is one of the things I need to be in this statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Hassan. Dr. Hadiza, let's come to you. What should be part of the CSO statement of what Africa needs to do?
Strong partnerships, very strong partnerships across the country, but also across different countries and the regions. If we have very strong partnerships, we could pool all our resources and our strengths and begin to build systems that will help us. And we will want to have a strong statement about patents and also the use of generics. The use of generics is what has helped us with the HIV pandemic, has made access to medicines very affordable. And so we must look at, how manufacturers, big conglomerates and manufacturers, use patents to deprive access to the most needy in our society. In the interest of global health security, we must ensure that there is access to the less privileged and, individuals in rural communities that do not have the wherewithal to be able to access medicines, diagnostics, and vaccines.
Great partnerships and patents, TRIPS waivers, IP sharing. Can we go online to Nahashana? Are you there? What is your contribution to the CSO statement? What is Africa seeing that it needs?
Thanks. And I'll avoid to repeat what some of my panelists have mentioned. One of the things that should be in our statement, continue to support multilateralism, but also support the regional initiatives that emerge in the midst of this pandemic. We have AVAT, we have the AMSP that have played an important role in plugging some of the gaps that were there. I think these are initiatives that really should be supported to grow and support the continent in the future. The other thing that I think we should mention in this statement is a call for support for Africa CDC. From the lessons learned with this pandemic, I know Dr. Nkenga and others have been calling for a new public health order. I think it's important that as CSOs we reinforce that agenda and ask for other partners to support the new public health order for Africa. Lastly, on the manufacturing agenda, I think it's important that we call for support for our R&D. With the manufacturing agenda, we'll hardly make much strides if we don't invest in R&D. And this is not just a call for other donor governments, but I think even for our African governments, we really must call on them to invest in research and development or innovation for health. There are commitments that were made to give 1% of the GDP to R&D. That is not the case. So I think we need to make those calls clear. And for manufacturing, let us not just support fill and finish. From the AU summit, there were really some promising commitments there. Let us call for a coordinated, coherent support to the manufacturing agenda, looking at both end-to-end manufacturing, but also fill and finish to help us, fill the immediate gaps in the COVID response. Thanks.
Thank you, Nahashon, for that. Those contributions in manufacturing, R&D, supporting for the regional bodies, Africa CDC. Now, Busaya, I'm going to you, but before I go to Busaya, I just want to let us all know in the room that we're all part of CSOs. So I'm coming to you for your own statements. If folks have some things that we must add to the statement, please raise your hand and we'll come to you. For our panelists, Busaya, you have the last word from our panelists. What should we include in a statement? What is Africa asking for, especially from the CSO perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I want to digress a little from what is Africa going to ask for to what, Africa has to do within. And I support your position. We have to, first of all, look within. We have to deliberately invest in research. We have to deliberately invest in innovation, best practices. For God's sakes, we have a whole lot of universities in Nigeria currently. What are we getting out of those universities? The researches that are done, NYC has at least 92,000 people who go to serve probably quarterly in this country. Chunk of them are science-related courses. What is the perspective of our education? Speaking to self-sustainability. The truth of the matter is he who pays the piper dictates the tune. if we keep going pants in hands to beg money from the international, space, which is obviously not a problem. I don't have a problem with it, sincerely, we should be able to do more to invest in ourselves. We have the human capacity. What we just need are just the right infrastructures put in place. We can generate our own vaccines here. Sincerely, we can do that here. So as we go out, to speak, I think we should also add, that Africans have the capacity, the human resources. What we just need is for the governments around Africa to create that enabling environment, for us to do what we have to do from here, so that we don't keep begging for funds or begging for, these IPs and all of this. I think we have the capacity here.
Self-sufficiency. We have one comment from the gentleman in the back to add to this statement. And to be clear, our audience is government, because there'll be a high-level session tomorrow here, and domestic governments from across Africa and international governments. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, my name is Bernard Tolafia from the tech space. I'm a tech entrepreneur, and basically I want to talk about the issue of funding. Having to look in-house in terms of funding. Now, some of us here might be quite familiar with the fact that some of the fintech organizations in Nigeria today or in Africa today are becoming unicorns, like the Paystar guys and the Flutterwave guys, who are already over $1 billion in evaluation. Now, I think as a civil society organized group, we could start engaging some of these tech companies within Africa in terms of looking for funding to develop our communities, because we have what we call corporate social responsibility for every company. So I think it's better if we start engaging in-house and start engaging these tech startups that are becoming unicorns and unicorns today, so that we can look in-house for funding. But one thing I want to state categorically clear here is we must have real empirical data of what our projects are in terms of direct and indirect impact to our communities. So any company that we are engaging with can understand how our jobs as a CSO is directly or indirectly impacting our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Any other comments? Yes, there's a gentleman who told us about innovative public civil spaces.
Yeah, okay. My name is Chinasa Ikelu. I'm from Cake Foundation. So I think what CSOs can do now is, for instance, the European Union is funding, there's a knowledge transfer to produce vaccines in Africa. So what we can do as CSOs is, follow this process. We know Senegal is among, some of these countries are very good, and we know, we just need to follow the process, because the money that is being deployed is the same. So we need to know, we need to follow, how do I say, the procedure for this vaccine. There's a manufacturer, the idea is to manufacture vaccines in our countries. So for instance, how is Senegal going to complete this project? How is Egypt going to, what we as CSOs can do within our network is, how do I put it? Deploy personnel or partnerships in these countries, and then compare the process of, how do I say, from the start to the finish to Nigeria, and see how it's going to end up, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, so it sounds like following from promises to progress, ensuring that once 150 billion euros have been pledged at the EU-AU summit, where is that going? putting feet to fire, how Senegal, Rwanda, South Africa, Egypt, how are they going to manifest this dream of making sure Africa has autonomy and strategic autonomy in its healthcare?
Yeah.
We've got our convener, Dr. Alakija, has a hand up. Over to you.
Thank you, Sarah. I think two really quick points about what Busaya was saying earlier and where you started in terms of this statement, keeping eyes on the statement going forward. I think those are some really strong points about the fact that we are not necessarily out with the begging bowl, but we are sometimes out with the begging bowl because of a lack of governance, and that we need to hold the feet to the fire. We need to hold Africa accountable. Just as we hold the global north accountable, we need to hold the global south accountable. Many of you have heard me say it. I have been on television saying it. The African leaders themselves need to sit up and do the right thing. We need to ensure that we are not seen as being lesser than or weaker than. And that is because of the way we present ourselves to the world. So whilst we fight for IP, whilst we fight for the right to manufacture ourselves, why are we not able to manufacture ourselves? Because we have placed ourselves, we sort of positioned ourselves in a certain way. We have been, and one of the things that I have been thinking about quite a lot recently is the fact that we are, this entire global pandemic that we've been in is a shifting of the political of architectures, a shifting sands in many ways. And we have to be, as Africa and as the low-income countries, we have to be ready to grab that opportunity. We have to be ready to grab the opportunity in the crisis, which means that we ask our leaders to do the right thing. We advise them, we advocate. Busaya talked about the Vox Populi, but if we're still dealing with the wider poverty issues and the Vox Populi are not able to come to the table. It was also ironic that as Busaya was speaking, what I could see on the screen was Richard Hatchett, who heads CEPI, talking about research and development and the fact that we need to invest in that space of research and development, but there needs to be money put to it. And there'll be a lot more talking about that tomorrow. But I think we need to really ask for that in that statement, the education of this continent from the ground up, not just at the scientific level. Over.
Thank you. Looking within and putting feet to the fire of our own government, our own leaders. Yes, Monique.
Yes, Sarah. I just want to add to what Dr. Alakija is saying. We need to invest in research and innovation, and as my colleague said, but specifically, see, if we are going to manufacture vaccines, manufacture diagnostics and treatments, we need to be able to evaluate these products. Are they safe for our people? So we must have clinical trials capacity that is strong in Africa that will be able to evaluate these products that we are developing. So I just wanted to say that we need platforms for clinical research, capacity development, and also pandemic preparedness platforms, as Dr. said a few minutes ago. We need that for diagnostics, for vaccines and for treatment.
Thank you very much. So it's tying to the point of our education system and how we invest in the capacity of data research. We have time for one last comment before I close off here. Anyone from the floor with one last comment? Anyone online? Well,
can I just
yes, go ahead.
Just a quick one. Thank you, Dr. Alakija, for that great intervention. I think this statement is going to be important for us really to ask our African leaders to speak more, to advocate for the continent. There are things we have done brilliantly. We have President Kagame, President Ramaphosa, President Uhuru, Macky Sall, and a few others. But lately, we're not hearing a lot from the other political leaders, and I think it's also right that we nudge them to come out and speak more, advocate more for the continent.
Thank you very much. That's a worthy point to end on, having our African leaders themselves speak more on behalf of the continent. Well, ladies and gentlemen, online and offline, thank you for participating in this very important conversation on the CSO Summit on Ports to Arms. Our response to this pandemic has been enlightening for all of us. It feels like an awakening to our current system, world system, the order of the world. And the hope is that in future moments of a health crisis or other crisis, Africa stands up to her rightful place, coordinated, effective, using the tools within our disposal, advocating for where we need to be, and fundamentally protecting her people. It's been a joy to have this conversation. I thank you all for participating. With this, let me hand it over. Please give a round of applause to my panel. They've been great. Thank you very much, and to yourselves for participating. Let me hand this off to Bolanle. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Another round of applause, please, for our moderator. I believe she guided that conversation with so much ease. And we really did have a very robust conversation, and this is one specific issue where we all know that there's a lot of concern and also a lot of areas for improvement. So again, thank you to all of our speakers, our panelists, and our moderator, and we continue to encourage there to be participation. So what we're going to do now is we are going to go on another tea and coffee break, because we would like to continue to provide refreshments for you. But when we return, we have one more session. And in addition, we also have a wonderful reception for you this evening, which is going to be right outside. And it's going to be an opportunity for networking, conversation, and to continue to just make sure that the objectives that we are hoping from this conference are fulfilled. So please remember that the reception is going to be happening in the evening, and everyone is invited, of course. So yes, without further ado, please proceed outside for the tea and coffee break, and we will be back shortly. That you haven't met and continue a conversation. The tea and coffee will be up and set up very soon. next session shortly. This is a 1 minute warning. Excuse the vocabulary, but we would like everyone to begin to return back to the hall as we are going to begin our next and final session for the evening. I'm really looking forward to this session. So please, if you can begin to return back to the hall as we'll begin shortly. We are going to begin now, so if everyone can please return back to the hall. The doors will be closing. Can I please have an usher in here in the hall? Please return back to the hall. The session is beginning now. This is our final session for the day. Please return back to the hall. The doors are closing. Thank you. Thank you to all our participants who are joining us virtually. When we go on our coffee break, we trust that you do the same as well. And is it technical? Can we project our virtual participants on the screen so we can see them? All right, everyone is in. Can we have that door closed as well, please? I hope the coffee break and tea break was able to give us some more energy for this last round of sessions. I think today has been just, an icebreaker into what is to come tomorrow. And again, if you are just joining us, welcome to PortsToArms. We are really excited because we believe that over the next 2 days, we're going to be able to create some solutions and also really ask pertinent questions on how we can continue to allow there to be vaccine equity. Now, of course, we heard earlier about case studies, and then we asked ourselves, what role has the government played specifically in making sure that there is vaccine equity? And now it would be impossible for us to have this conversation without talking about a gendered perspective. When we're thinking about what it means to be vaccinated, it's going to be a different set of rules for men versus women. So to go ahead and moderate this session, I would like to, of course, invite Dr. Ayode Alakija, who is the convener of this conference. And this session is called Equity, Justice in Time of COVID-19, Nothing About Us Without Us, a gendered perspective of the COVID-19 pandemic. Over to you, Dr. Alakija.
Thank you very much, Bolanle. Thank you very much, everybody. It's been a wonderful half day so far. I am actually just spinning with excitement. I'm so happy to see so many people that I had only ever met on Zoom in person. So it is my absolute pleasure to welcome my friend Yonane Rottinger. Did I say that right? Almost. Tell me.
Jon Arne Røttingen.
Yeah. There you go, Røttinger. And everybody practice that. Who is, of course, arrived this morning from Norway. So, first of all, he's an absolute star for not being in what we call the BA coma in our household. But Jon Arne is the Global Health Ambassador for Norway and is the co-chair of the Access for COVID Tools Accelerator Facilitation Council, represents Norway in that capacity on the council as a technical lead. So it is wonderful to have you here in Nigeria. Welcome. And we wanted Norway here because we know they have a very strong position on gender issues and really, an example for the world to follow. Also joining us online, we have the Honorable Lina Jebi Kilimo, Chief Administrative Secretary, Ministry of Public Service and Gender, Kenya. My sister, Jambo, habari yako? Wonderful to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you.
Habari yako, wonderful. Welcome. Wonderful to see you. I have here on stage with me as well, Emma Hannay, who's the Chief Access Officer for FIND, and you're all going to find out what FIND, sorry, it's like 4 o'clock. What FIND stands for today. Look, everyone, we are going to have as much fun as possible today because tomorrow the grown-ups are going to be in the room. Tomorrow it's going to be presidents and governors and ministers, and I can't make jokes. So, please bear with me. But Emma is joining us and arrived also today and should be in a BA coma, so thank you for making the time. This is so exciting. We also have online Wafa ID, who's the Economic Affairs Officer in Addis at UN Economic Council for Africa. Do we have Wafa online? We have lost Wafa from Addis? Oh, that's a shame. And I have just this minute received a text message, because these are the times that we're in, sadly, from Professor Shabnum Sarfaz, who's the lead National COVID-19 Secretariat in the government of Pakistan, a dear, dear friend and sister, but she is unfortunately not very well today, so I'm not sure we're going to have her with us today. So this is going to be an intimate conversation, a 4-person conversation around this little round here about what exactly is the gender perspective in this pandemic. And, you know, some people would look at the agenda and think, well, this is a bit strange. Why have you stuck this in? Well, I've stuck it in because nobody's talking about it. And so I'm going to go first to you, Emma. And what, from your perspective, go for it.
Fantastic. So hi all. So FIND is the Global Diagnostics Alliance. And so maybe before I start talking about some of the gendered aspects for diagnostics that we might pull into later, I wanted to start by talking about what is a diagnostic test and why is it important. So diagnostic tests, they're an arbiter of truth and certainty for people. So you go into a clinic or you go into a hospital, you're unsure, you have symptoms, you are able to receive a diagnostic test and you receive some surety. Whether that is surety in the sense of that then being something that you then have to go and seek more medical care for, or perhaps it's some reassurance. And so that empowerment that comes from the data, the facts, the control over your own health outcomes from diagnostics is really important. And I think there's a strong link there to some of the key gender points that I wanted to touch on around diagnostic tests, which tend to really be the ugly stepchild in some of the conversations around the tools that are needed for the global COVID response. And that's largely because diagnostics, they enable other things, right? So they enable good public health response. They enable people to be able to protect their family. They enable good public health measures to happen. And so because they play that enabling role, they do tend to take a bit of a back seat. So I think there's a few aspects on gender that we wanted to highlight. And FIND and Women in Global Health published at the end of 2020 a report on diagnostics and gender, which is well worth a read, not in the context of COVID, but more broadly in the context of diagnostic tools. And so points to a number of the same facts that we've then seen play out in the pandemic. And they include, firstly, the lack of any data on gender and testing. So it's not that we know that there is a problem, it's that nobody knows there is a problem because no countries or no regions tend to disaggregate their data by gender, as equally as they don't disaggregate by many other factors. So it's really hard to tell you how significant the access gap is by gender without having that data to start with. I think there are a few other important points related to gender that it's worth highlighting when it comes to diagnostics. One of which is that diagnostic tests along with PPE are two of the critical tools we have to protect health workers, 70% of whom are female. And the fact that those are two tools where we might see some of the biggest equity gaps amongst all of the tools when they come to protecting our healthcare workers is really quite significant and I think quite telling. So I think those are just a few of the kind of background facts before we dig a little bit into perhaps some of the reasons why in some of the later conversations. But hopefully they should help kick off a little bit.
Thanks, Emma. When you and I spoke earlier, we also talked about the fact that when we look at this COVID response and we look at the leadership and the governance of the COVID response all over the world, really, and which is one of the reasons why I really wanted to have Shabnam here, who is leading in Pakistan. As we do that, I welcome my beloved big sister, and we'll introduce her in a moment, because talking about leadership and governance, she is the president of the World Medical Women's Association, Dr. Eleanor Mwadinobi. But as we talk about that, I want to go to, first of all, to Yonana, and I'm going to go to my sister in Kenya, because of course she is also, you know, sitting in a gender seat, but I want to hear from our male ally here on the panel, that how do we get more male allies? How do we get more of you and more of Richard, who just poured me my water and is my support, my drink support system for the day and later? How do we do that? I mean, are men talking about this?
Yeah, but not enough, I think, definitely. And as Emma said, first we need to understand that we need the facts. In a way, we need the data. We need the disaggregation on gender, but also other social dimensions to understand whether risks are different, whether disease progression is different, and whether sort of consequences of the epidemic is different. But that's not all. And I must say, today we heard all the tragic news yesterday of Paul Farmer passing away. And because it's just a brief personal story, because I started studying infectious disease epidemiology as postgraduate training after my medical training in Oxford in '99. I remember a morning in the Norrington room at Blackwell's in the basement there, I picked up infections and inequalities. And I came into infectious disease epidemiology very much with a very strong quantitative sort of epidemic modeling sort of background and interest. But reading his book and understanding what he said, that when we observe data, facts, we need to understand. And he's also said, when we saw oppression and we called it culture. I reminded him of that when he came to Oslo just a couple of years ago. And we need to be aware, we need to understand and think about these issues, because these are the more underlying structural factors that are really the big issues when it comes to gender. It's not the individual risks of men versus women. It's really about the positioning, it's about power, it's about roles and responsibility. You talked about leadership in COVID-19. I think there was a survey by Women in Global Health demonstrating that only 3 to 4% of sort of COVID-19 task forces or panels in the world have managed to reach parity, so gender parity in composition. So it means 95+% of panels or commissions or task forces are dominated by men. I think that we just need to make it right.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I mean, it's striking, two things that you say, which are striking, and today is very raw for many of us with Paul Farmer. We had a moment of silence for him earlier. And, but, you know, when you talked about culture, I thought about that quote over there on that poster, which says, "Culture does not make people, people make culture." And if it is true that the full humanity of women is not our culture, then we can and must make it our culture, which is Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, one of Nigeria's dear, wonderful daughters. So you make a very powerful point there. You also speak about 3 to 4% of COVID panels have managed to reach parity. I mean, never mind parity. I mean, you know, even have women on them at all. I mean, obviously the group that you, myself, Richard, and a few others in this room belong to. I am now, you know, Special Envoy, co-chair of the principals at the ACT Accelerator, but I am pretty much the only woman on that, so we're not even near parity, and these are the difficult conversations that we really must have. So I'm going to go to my sister in Nairobi, who's really taken the time out to be with us, and speak as a Chief Administrative Secretary for Gender in Kenya. What is your perspective? You're on mute.
Yes, here I am. Thank you very much, all the organizers, and I acknowledge all protocols. Sorry, my lighting is not very good as such, but I left the venue and I'm in a darker place. Thank you so much for inviting me to this. Now, pandemic. The pandemic was really caused double pandemic to women. Talking from the Department on Gender, because there was an increase in gender-based violence, which we refer to as the silent pandemic. Apart from COVID, there was the pandemic of gender-based violence visited mostly on women. And why? Because of the lockdowns. The negative impact of the coronavirus or of the pandemic was more, it affected women more than the men, because women were found in a closed place. There was restrictions, you could not move anywhere. You will find that most of the small businesses that women do to provide for their families, they were not able to do. And so they ended up depending on their husbands, who had also lost jobs. So women and girls were disproportionately affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. One of the other things that happened is that women's potential in pandemic preparedness, women were not prepared for such pandemic to respond. They were not adequately prepared. So even as we discuss on this conference on how do we prepare better for pandemics, I think women who we know are the caregivers, that the first respondents when there is any form of sickness, we must find a way of leveraging on the women of our continent, first with information, if it's first aid care, how to take good care. I listened to the NGOs first and they talked about changing our public health approach. We should target the women because this pandemic really affected them being the primary caregivers. Of course, in Kenya, as I said earlier, there was an increase of incest because people were found in one closed area. There was an increase in gender-based violence. Female genital mutilation, which our president had said must end by 2022, increased also because there was no movement to know what is happening in people's homes or in communities. And so they went back and did their cultures. So this is the disadvantages of the pandemic. But what happened also in Kenya? My country introduced, and this was related to challenges that impacted the lives and the liberty of people. In fact, issues of fair trial and the issues of women dignity. And so we had the government run a toll-free line, 1195, was considered as an essential service, so that counselors, telecounselors who are working 24 hours were allowed to go to work, and it became part of an emergency response. As I said, gender-based violence increased. Another challenge that we had, of course, we know that the justice system was not even prepared to respond and support women in distress during the COVID times. And of course, then the issues of ICT, this was how our government responded by having virtual hearing of court cases. We practically, as a country, went the ICT way and created ICT hubs in the counties. We have 47 counties. Kenya is divided in two levels of government, the national and the devolved unit, which are the counties, 47 of them. So this was one of the ways of our country mitigating that issue. What else was needed to support women? We established a national emergency response committee to cushion the vulnerable. And some of the proposals in this national emergency response committee was to drill boreholes in informal settlement areas. Because of lack of employment, people were not able to buy water. We know that in informal settlement areas, people purchase water on a daily basis. So they drilled water in these areas also so that people could easily wash their hands. Another thing that our country did, I hope I will end very soon. One of the other things that our government did as a country was to support women SMEs. And in this forum, we should say, should we just support SMEs or we're going to manufacturing as the topic goes about? And most of the women-run SMEs were given the tender to supply personal protective equipments and to supply other medical supplies during the pandemic, because we recognize that women were the backbone of our country. Gender responsive procurement was also one of the other strategies that our country did. Our country amended the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act of 2015 to reserve 30% of all procurements for women, youth, and persons with disability. We did this because we realized that the capacity of women to respond to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic needed to be harnessed. And my prayer is that one of the proposals that will come out of here as we prepare for future pandemics is how do we build the capacity for women to respond to such pandemics. We have affirmative action fund for that matter as a country, where women are told to come into groups and come up with a proposal on cottage industries, and they're given this money through the Women Enterprise Fund or the Uwezo Fund. I must say that as the topic goes, nothing for us without us. Yeah. Women, as I conclude, are still the primary respondents. If we can talk of an ambulance running to rescue, women are the ambulance of communities. And so how do we ensure that this ambulance is prepared? Yeah, everything, it is on a working condition, it has the fuel it is required, and of course the driver in this ambulance is the women, of course, themselves. So it is my pleasure to have joined you today and look forward to more deliberations, where if I get the earlier invitation, I would have joined you there. I thank you so much from the Government of Kenya State Department of Gender.
Asante sana. Asante sana. Wow. All I can say is wow, listening to some of those, I hope we haven't lost her, listening to some of your presentation there, hearing about the gender responsive procurement, PPE contracts for women SMEs, boreholes in communities, just a really impressive response that we really need to all come and learn from. So, I mean, I think, in my next life, I want to come back as Kenyan woman. That just sounds, amen, says my sister behind me. That sounds
just karibu Kenya.
Asante sana. No, well done. Congratulations. Some incredible things we'll talk about in a minute, and a wonderful way to sort of hand over and introduce Dr. Eleanor Wadinobi, who is the president of the International Medical Women's Association, and beginning a tenure from 2022 to 2024. So congratulations on the beginning of your actual proper tenure, although you've been in it already for about a year and a bit. And also just want to hear from you. You and I had this conversation at the beginning of the pandemic. If I recall properly, you were speaking passionately with a group that you belong to and have co-founded about these very same issues, gender-based violence, etc. Over to you, sis.
Thanks very much indeed, Yodi. First of all, thanking everyone for the grace accorded me to join despite my tardiness. But I did everything to get here, and I'm glad that I made it after all. But let me dig right in and to say thank you to my sister from Kenya, because that could have easily been Nigeria. The COVID-19 pandemic, you go to look up the Spanish flu and you think, golly, 100 years later, and literally, almost the same thing. You had the Spanish flu, you had, mask mandates, you had people marching against the mask mandates, and you begin to think 100 years later, and history apparently does repeat itself after all. But, as Yodi said, I wear two hats. One is the international president of the Medical Women's International Association. At the beginning of the pandemic, as president, I literally had to rally the troops. Here we were, frontline workers, faced with this pandemic and all that it brought with it, and we ourselves needed to have some sort of boost to keep going on. My troops were exhausted. Some of them having to stay away from home for long, hours. and in some cases going back home and facing members of their family who were angry that their mothers or sisters had left the homestead. Not to talk of colleagues. I recall colleagues in Mexico who suffered abuse because they were healthcare workers working in the context of COVID. But the other hat that I wear is that of the Every Woman Treaty as a co-founder, where we looked to WHO for the figures of 1 in 3 regarding violence against women and girls. And I choose my words carefully. I'm not talking about gender-based violence. I'm talking about violence against women and girls. Being at the proportion of 1 in 3, that in itself is a pandemic proportion. So we call that a pandemic and associated it with existential threat. Then COVID made the landfall, and we cautiously spoke about a pandemic within a pandemic. And our friends at UN Women then spoke of a shadow pandemic. And then our UN Secretary General then asked for a ceasefire behind the closed doors of our homes. I had only ever associated ceasefire with conflict. I myself am a women, peace and security practitioner. And so you think of tanks and guns, but for the Secretary General to ask for a ceasefire, it meant that the war was going on behind the very closed doors of our homesteads. Exactly as speakers before me have said, we were locked down, locked in, and not to talk about locked away from friends, from faith, from family. You hear endless stories of people who couldn't get to their loved ones in their dying moments. Some couldn't even be at the funerals. But let's get back to violence. For years, I've been dealing with a specific type of violence called harmful practices against widows. And for some reason, we're still waiting for the jury to be out on this. COVID affected more men than women. Therefore, we have a new cohort of widows. And that extrapolates to even more harmful practices in areas where harmful practices are prevalent. It also meant for us as human rights defenders that we couldn't get out there to be the vanguard that we had been for these widows. And let's circle now back to the healthcare workers and something that is the silent pandemic: mental health. The mental health of the victims, the survivors, the caregivers. You and I know, and Yodi, we've spoken about this before, as physicians, the norm regarding mental health is, sitting in a circle. Those very treasured hugs. How do you do that virtually? Oh yes, telemedicine, the virtual world. But when it comes to mental health, that in itself was a challenge. And sadly, violence against women and girls is 100% preventable. There is no country in the world in which you do not have reports of one form of violence or the other, ranging from breast ironing, femicide. I've spoken of widowhood practices, female genital mutilation, early marriage. The list is endless. And how is it that the COVID response teams were not prepared for it. And then there was the scramble to address it when the numbers went up. I've got, numbers in front of me, if I can find them, as to the horrendous, exponential rise that happened in the different countries. And the fact that, there were responses, albeit late, where hotels were converted to shelters, where finally women had the opportunity, in coded language in pharmacies to explain that they were being abused in one form or the other.
I'll let you find that, those figures, and I've just been told, the points you've brought up, it's really sobering, and much of what you've said, and the sort of the linkage with conflict and violence against women, and girls, the fact that it's a pandemic in itself. I have a diagnostics linkage also, because you talk about widow practices and it's affected men more, but has it really? More men have died, but have they really? Particularly in our parts of the world, it's typically the men who do get the diagnosis. It's typically the men who are valued in many cases in society, and somebody bothers to find out. But before I go to Emma on that, I want to go to my dear friend and sister Wafa Aidi, who's online. Wafa is the Economic Affairs Officer at UN Economic Commission for Africa in Addis. And Wafa, I hope you're with us now. We're really hoping to see you on screen. Wafa is a member of our Africa Vaccine Delivery Alliance family. Yay! There you are. Hi, Wafa. Wonderful to have you join us. Wish you had been here in person. But you tell us from your perspective. I really wanted you to speak because, obviously, Africa, you sit with the UNECA in Addis, but, the Africa Union and Africa in general, we're still a long way behind when it comes to parity with women. And you, myself, Monique, Dr. Monique Wasuna, who's behind me, and a few others have been the few women on the Africa Vaccine Delivery Alliance. And from your perspective, what is going on in this pandemic? What do you see? Thanks, Wafa.
Thank you, Yodi, for giving me the opportunity to intervene in this beautiful event you are organizing with a lot of dedication. Yes, the pandemic called the women in the forefront, and we are seeing you leading the AFDA, co-sharing it, doing this amazing work. In ECA, in the African Union, the trend is also to promote, to support inclusiveness and more participation of women in different forums, including working to end up this pandemic. The role of women was important. We have Dr. Vera Songwe, the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, sitting within the Africa Vaccine Acquisition Task Force team. Women participation makes a difference, and we are moving from emergency to acquire vaccines toward actions to set up manufacturing in Africa. I think this is our beautiful thinking, and having innovative approach and bringing women in the forefront of the discussion is making the difference today in the landscape in Africa. I am also representing my institution, so this is also demonstration how ECA also is promoting gender and women leading processes and being part of this strategy, economic transformation of Africa. These are my insights. You are taking me like that on the session, so I try to gather my ideas. Thank you very much, Yudi. I'm really sad to not being able to travel. Perhaps next time I will meet there and be with you as you were with us during the last 2 years working together within the AFTA And I thank you very much for making this possible today, gathering the team and working together in different around this beautiful after perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wafa. I'm so happy to see you. I mean, if you were here today, you would have seen various other colleagues. Alvaro is here. Tim was just behind him. It's a beautiful sight to have so many of us together. But one day soon, as we end, we all work and act together. Ha. Did you see what I did there? As we act together to end the acute phase of this pandemic, we'll be able to see each other more often. But as we get into that discussion, stay with us, Wafa, and stay with us, my sister Cass, Kilimo. I want to go to, very quickly, to Emma, because Dr. Wadinobi mentioned something about men being more affected. And we spoke about diagnostics equity, you know, because everybody hears about vaccine equity, but we're not hearing about diagnostics equity. And I also want to tell Yonane that we're not leaving the man out of the conversation. I'm coming back to you shortly. But about that, diagnostics, women, the lack of disaggregated data, what do you think there?
I mean, I think at first it speaks to the relative importance that it's given within the power structures that decide how we collect data and what data gets published and used to inform policy, right? So I think, to come back to a quote that John Nkengasong used earlier in the pandemic, without diagnostics, we're blinded. And one of the ways that we see that play out is in the toolkit that we prioritize and use. So many countries will have a toolkit that is only laboratory-based. So you have to go into a laboratory, often into a central testing station, or maybe only downtown. It may not be out in communities and near homes. We've seen in other pandemics, HIV in particular, where self-testing and being able to move tests into communities and into homes has been a critical empowerment tool for women who would otherwise struggle to get to those same testing sites. So I also think some of those PowerPoints that John Anu talked about earlier are playing out in the choice of the toolkit that we build up within diagnostics, perhaps illustrating some of that much wider point.
Thank you. Yonane, we're talking about power earlier, and you spoke to the power dynamic within this pandemic. I mean, everything we've really heard is about power. So I want to speak to you about governance and about involving a greater more women's voices, more women at the table. I mean, you've all heard me say it, and I think my notebook, which is in the back there, says if they don't give you a seat at the table, pull up a chair, and if they don't let you pull up a chair, you climb on the table. Because when you're standing on the table, they have to look up and they have to listen. But it isn't everybody who's able to do that. And even when you do that as women, and you finally get to that table, there needs to be support, because there isn't yet a critical mass. And so this is a conversation about how do we jointly do this together? How do we create enabling environments for women who do manage to through every obstacle? Because what Eleanor has spoken about, what Wafa, what Cass Kilimo has spoken about, Chief Administrative Secretary Kilimo has spoken about, it's a policy, it's a trickle-down effect. If you have policies in place, I mean, what we heard from Kenya is brilliant, you know, in terms of what they managed to do, even with policy in terms of empowering women businesses and actually having specific, what did she say again? Gender-responsive procurement. So, but from a wider governance perspective, we've spoken about 3 to 4% parity. But we don't even have women at the table at many of these conversations. And if I can speak from a personal experience, I mean, I'm not shy, right? I mean, I am a little bit. Saw that. But when you walk into a room, virtually or not, of men, powerful men, it is intimidating. It is intimidating. And for many women who want to make a difference in this space, how do we, and that's the point I want to go to, because to deal with the issues at the bottom, to deal with pandemic preparedness or responsiveness for women in the future, how do we within this global health space create an enabling environment? What policies? How can those of you who come from countries that are friendly towards this, how can you help those of us in Africa promote these policies? I don't know, we're brainstorming here. Over to you.
Yeah, and these are not easy questions because hearing about violence against women, in domestic violence, children, partners, lack of education or large inequities in education, in opportunities to work. These are not issues that have been sort of created by the pandemic. We know it's a long-term challenge, but they have been worsened by the pandemic. I think those of us who sort of come into sort of now the pandemic very much focusing on bringing tools out to know better, to get treatments out, to make sure that everyone are vaccinated. We tend to take for granted in a way that, of course, there will be equal opportunities. And so one issue is that we shouldn't take that for granted. We should really follow up, and we should make sure that we have the data and the information, and that this can be followed to the last mile, to the arms, from the ports to the arms. But having heard also about these wider issues, I think we need to understand that a pandemic is also an opportunity in a way. It's an opportunity because, of course, we now are, in all countries of the world, we are fighting the pandemic. But it also creates an opportunity for fighting the inequities that have been with us, that have been sort of made bigger during the pandemic. So even though it doesn't come, at least it didn't come to me actually, as the natural sort of first thought, I think it is important that gender-based approaches to whatever we do in the pandemic needs to be at the forefront and need to be a part of the conversation. And to make that happen, that's sort of the final comment. We need to have women represented at all levels and in all contexts where this is discussed. And I think to really get there, but to bring in these broader perspectives, I don't think we can do it without a much broader representation.
Thank you. I'm going to do something unusual now and call in my friend and brother. He's looking at me and thinking she is not doing this to me right now. But you are about to convene or going to be part of the Global Pandemic Preparedness Summit. And as I'm hearing everybody speak about, can I have a microphone, please? A microphone? Somebody with a roaming mic? There you go. Okay. As we're now hearing about this, I mean, obviously it's not your wheelhouse specifically, but perhaps that presents an opportunity to flag the issue that, okay, we're talking about R&D, but let's involve more women. I just wondered what your thoughts were, because there was a lot of talk about how I think the Chief Administrative Secretary said, we need women preparedness, gender preparedness for pandemics. So, sorry, Richard.
No, thank you. It's actually an issue. My organization is the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, or CEPI. It's actually an issue that we were focused on even before the pandemic. One of the things that was obvious to us in worrying about epidemic diseases like Lassa fever, like Ebola, is that we recognized that in particular pregnant women were especially at risk. They were often at risk because they were caregivers, they were at risk because of changes in their immune response to pathogens, and yet they are, in an R&D context, often the last population that is actually tested. And so we had worked with a group at Johns Hopkins and had thought about ways to advance testing in pregnant women for epidemic vaccines earlier in the development process, thinking about the populations that are most likely to be affected in epidemic context. That's just one example. I mean, obviously you've been talking about all the other ways that the impact of epidemics or pandemics actually has gendered outcomes. And I think there's a lot for us to reflect on, but it is an issue that we are sensitive to. And I think as we begin to think about preparing for the future, building better surveillance systems, better early warning systems, hopefully empowering public health systems to implement non-pharmaceutical interventions earlier, often those will have gendered impacts because of their impact on children, on schools, on workforces. All of these things need to be considered together, and the R&D aspect of that is not immune.
Thank you, Richard. I really felt that, I just so much talk about pandemic preparedness. We have your summit, the CEPI Replenishment Summit coming up on the 7th and 8th, I believe it is, of March in London, and I made the immediate connection in my head that, we must, since you're here, for those who don't know, Richard Hatchett, he's the CEO of CEPI. He, as like Jon Arne, are the Ogas at the top in local parlance who are arriving over the next few days. We're really honored to have you both here with us a day early and participating. But
if I could jump in, it is actually occurring on International Women's Day, and we're deeply conscious of that fact, and so that will be highlighted in the context of the summit, which I should have mentioned before, but we are going to try to elevate that coincidence.
Yes, excellent, wonderful. So you see, it was prescient that I called upon you, because wonderful. No, thank you very much for that intervention. I think what I wanted to do was take us into sort of the wider issues and sort of the governance issues, and how do we fix the problem? We've identified the problem, and now how do we fix it? I want to go to, I'm going to come to Eleanor in a minute, but I want to go to my sister in Nairobi, Cass Kalimo, very quickly and say, now that you've implemented some of these policies, are you seeing significant shift sort of 2 years into the pandemic? Do we have Kenya? Yes, we do.
Yes, I do. There is a significant shift in the fact that apart from gender perspective or affirmative action for the women, we realized also the most vulnerable among the vulnerable women are the widows. And we went ahead to launch a loan that is interest-free for widows. And we have organized widows in groups of 10. So as an earlier speaker said, the pandemic was also an opportunity. It did give us an opportunity to realize the most vulnerable among our communities. And so I see the issues of ICT. Most women also were not so keen on ICT, but with the pandemic, everything is online. It's like the women had to wake up from their stupor and become ICT compliant also. So I really see an opportunity there. And also it brought on board the conversation of the church, especially of and GBV, maybe that was not so much reported, despite us saying there was a rise in GBV cases, gender-based violence cases, because of the pandemic. I think the reporting also, it made us more aware. And to answer to that, we are now currently as a country working at having what you call polycare. Polycare is to be created. So far we have in 2 counties, but in the 47 counties we are working at that. And a polycare at a police station is a one-stop shop. We know that cases of SGBV, for example, sexual violence on women, they are never reported. They don't get justice, despite it being a crime, because they are always told, go to the hospital first. No, you go and report in the police station, go to the hospital, then go back and get specimens, so much. And so one-stop shop, which has caused us to create as a country, the polycare centers, is where a survivor, for that matter, will come and report at a police station, and we shall have policemen who are trained on gender, because we also realize that before, policemen would just say, those are home affairs. No one listens. But policemen with gender lens, you report there, the next door will be a doctor, the next door is a counselor, and at the doctor's place, specimens are taken. So after a counselor, next to it, there will be a lawyer. And after that, we ask, are you safe where you're staying? If not, we are also reviewing our policy on gender-based violence, and we have included safe spaces. We've been relying on spaces run by CSOs or faith-based organizations, but now we are allocating resources, and we have started with our county head office, headquarters, Nairobi, to have a government safe space. So it has actually opened also our eyes to realize the much GBV maybe that was never reported before. And also by activation of our gender the toll-free line that is managed 24 hours by telecounselors. And we are encouraging more men to speak up, to avoid the cases of mental health, which was mentioned earlier here, suicidal cases by the men. And so this is a safe space. The telecounseling center is a safe space for anybody who doesn't want to be known. We are also enhancing our referral cases. And I know that last month as a country, we employed more social workers to address the issues of mental health and even how society relates with others. So I think the pandemic also was a blessing for us to enhance how we respond to women issues. I thank you.
Thank you very much. No, I wanted to speak to what is possible, having heard what is going wrong, because we need to also find solutions going forward. And as you talk about that sort of the polycare, I also begin to think about the theme of this conference, from ports to arms, the equity theme, the delivery theme, the manufacturing theme. And is it not possible to get polycare around that? Is it not possible to get vaccinations done in that one-stop shop? Is it not possible to get diagnostics done in that one-stop shop? Are these not some of the things that we can do? Because something that Emma said earlier, which I really also I wrote down, I've got to find my scrappy writing, the arbiter of truth is a diagnostics test, and what is the right of somebody to know whether they have, be it COVID or be it an STI or be it HIV. And as I say that as well, we've talked about gender, and I want to also make sure that we spoken about women, but I want us to make sure we speak to the intersectionality of gender as well. I mean, my co-chair in AVDA is somebody who identifies as queer, is a dear friend of mine. And, I know that in many African countries we're sort of a little bit still resistant to this, but this is the reality of the world we live in today. And so, we also have to think of what's happened in those spaces as we speak to gender. But back to the solutions, back to Ports to Arms, that this conference is about bringing the gender conversation up into a main stage, bringing it into the presence of the principals, as it were, of those who are looking after this response. Because as you said, Yonane, I hadn't thought about it before, but the only reason now that we've thought about it is because I'm a woman, I'm in this space, and so I've said, okay, I'm going to create this space within the conference, because we really have to have this conversation. And so I mean, I'm going to go back to Eleanor in a minute, because some of those solutions that were spoken about, and I'm from Eleanor, I'm going to come to you, Emma. I hope we've still got Wafa online. Some of those solutions that Chief Administrative Secretary spoke about in terms of the one-stop shop, how do you see us working as a global and as an African community to replicate these across our continent?
Absolutely, Yodi. It's about the local to the global, contextualizing, having it nuanced, but ensuring that we meet the absolute threshold for international and global standards. So going back to, previous speaker, here in Nigeria, we also have sexual assault referral centers, very similar to the poly that she mentioned. And it's having, the first responders who will recognize, as physicians, sadly, some of our colleagues don't even recognize violence when it walks into, in our clinics. Oh, I fell down the stairs, I've got a broken arm. How did you get that broken arm? So,
in the context of, as we've said, the pandemic within the pandemic, we've got to be very careful about our colleagues who we send out in the communities. You and I heard about what happened to our colleagues in WHO in the response to Ebola. How do we ensure that, there's safeguarding? How do we prevent, sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment? But the solution comes through, and this is my thing. It's a passion, as I've already declared, as a co-founder of the Global Treaty to End Violence Against Women and Girls. We've looked at the numbers. Data is absolutely important, and let's start with the law. Let's start with policies. Policies in and of themselves are not the be-all and end-all, but it provides the framework. Then let's have the training for the responders, the doctors, the lawyers, the magistrates, the nurses, traditional leaders in the communities. Prevention education. As you've said, at the youngest of ages, let's learn to respect one another, respect our spaces. All right? Now, funding. Dedicated, ring-fenced, targeted funding. I will shock you by letting you know that the entire development fund for violence against women translates to 11 cents per female on earth. And yet when the violence happens, we spend astronomical amounts trying to fix it. So it's ludicrous that it's just 11 cents that we set aside to deal with violence. Once we have countries sign up to a global treaty that will deal with pandemics, be they the sort of pandemic that we are talking about today, or the pandemic that violence against women and girls is, it means that nation states would have signed on the dotted line. There would be that peer influencing and peer monitoring. And we are looking at a metrics-based monitoring akin to the Tobacco Treaty. The Tobacco Treaty that's been signed means that wherever you board a plane, you're going to be told no smoking is allowed on this plane, and that there are smoking designated areas. And the metrics-based system says, have all airline crews made the announcement or haven't they? Yes or no? It translates to a yes or no, and not countries having narrative reporting that sometimes, doesn't quite hit the mark. So there are solutions out there, and it's about preparedness.
Back to preparedness. So we keep coming to this word preparedness. We also keep coming to the word funding. We heard in the CSO session earlier that funding and resourcing is a massive issue. Massively, often women, most of the women who work in various spaces out of passion are often unpaid. They're often ignored. They're often, not promoted. And I think it speaks to both the top-down and the bottom-up side as part of this. Emma, from a personal perspective as a woman in global health, yes, from the global north, but also looking at the global south, what would you say some of the solutions could be?
That's a really good question. And we all know there's no immediate, straightforward, easy answer.
What would you like?
We'd have found it already.
What would you like to see?
I think part of it is how do we build a gender lens into the system, like an autonomic nervous system, so it's an automatic response, so that we don't have to be reactive when something happens, that it's considered up front. And I think that, unfortunately, we can't cut up the system. This has to apply right from the conception and development right through to implementation. And to take an example that Richard alluded to earlier, so if we take, say, the R&D of new drugs for COVID, so many of those drugs are tested in populations that exclude pregnant women, even sometimes just exclude women of childbearing age, because they were studies that were often done in a hurry. The consequence of that is that policies are getting designed that require that women have to have a pregnancy test before they can access some of those drugs, which sounds benign and sensible until you know that 80% of primary care facilities in most low middle income countries don't have pregnancy tests available. So therefore it essentially serves as a big barrier for women who are often less likely to also be vaccinated for COVID because of issues around how clear guidance is for women who are pregnant as to whether they should receive a COVID vaccine. And so that's how it sort of filters down the system, right, from the R&D level right through to implementation. And if we'd been able to take an automatic gender lens to that decision sort of throughout that process, we wouldn't have to be reactive once we get to the point of guidance coming out and figuring out how to address issues like lack of access to pregnancy tests. We'd have built that into the system from the beginning.
So that's your wish list.
Yeah.
Okay. Yadani.
Just thinking, we heard from Kilimu in a way that there had now the pandemic, within the pandemic in a way, there had also created opportunities, and we only see what we look for, and if you combine that, we only do what we measure. In a way, what measured gets done, and then combined with your ask for governance or leadership. So I'm currently reporting to 3 different ministers, and after the election, those are 3 women: Health Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister for International Development, and all of them. And in particular, the 2 last ones, they came in with a very, very strong political goal of doing something and doing much more on sexual and reproductive health. So that means not that we should sort of have only focused programs on that, but we should actually try to mainstream that into all our activities. So that's the standing order. How can we look for the gender lens, gender perspective in all what we do across the ministry? So that, at least that's, so if you have leaders who ask for something, and at least it creates a situation, a set of awarenesses, and the opportunity to go in with a gender-based approach. Because I believe this needs to be mainstream. It needs to be a part
Absolutely.
of all conversations. That's the only sustainable solution.
Well, I like your wish list, and your wish list is perfect because you have encapsulated why we're here today. Why we're here today is because I, as a woman, as the convener, have said, well, yes, we're talking about COVID. What's it got to do about gender? What hasn't it got to do about gender? You know, I mean, women are half the sky, and we really should be having this conversation because when I sort of looked through all the conferences and things that have been had through the sort of summits through COVID, I realized that there hadn't been really a serious sit-down conversation around the gendered perspectives. Nobody at a sort of summit level had sort of said, look, guys, this is what's happening to women. And so let me bring it back again to PortsToArms. And why I started to first think about this was, you know, in some of my colleagues, some of my team members, some of the people who work with us both at home and in our businesses, you know, when we sort of first started to say, well, go get vaccinated, we sort of realized that the men would go get vaccinated and their wives or partners were not getting vaccinated because somebody had to look after the children. So for me, it was actually very, very practical. You know, let's just get down to just the real practicality of life. Somebody has to look after the children. Tian Johnson in the CSO session earlier on spoke about grandmothers fainting in queues in countries in Kenya, I think it was in South Africa and other countries where women are fainting in queues waiting for vaccines because they don't have food, because they prioritize the food for their children. Some women, you know, where you have to pay sort of a little fee to go to the vaccination center, are prioritizing food for their children. I suddenly started to think that, well, hang on, we have all these high-level conversations around, you know, getting, be it vaccines or even the diagnostics, but the basics of it. We, in our household, have lost 2 partners of staff members, women who, you know, both times was a lack of oxygen, it was an inability to breathe, both in their 30s, you know, both leaving young children behind. So for me, this is very personal And yet both really, other than the fact that I myself as a physician and somebody who's in this space recognize the symptoms for what it obviously must have been, but there was no diagnostics. Because who has $100 or $150? I think about is what it is. Many of you have suffered that same fate coming into Nigeria with the issue around testing as you come into the country, and I hope we can have that conversation with NCDC tomorrow and others. But when you bring it down to the community level and to the gender, take it from a gendered perspective, you now realize that women often are really being left behind in all of this. So they're unable to get testing. If a test has to be prioritized, the man will get it. If a vaccination has to be prioritized, the man will get it. You were going to say something.
Yeah, because now in the phase we are now have with Omicron waves sort of having gone most of the world so far, the main reason for vaccination now is really preparedness. It's really about reducing risk for potential future waves of new variants. And I think when it's not sort of an immediate need, it's felt in the population, I think we need even stronger communication on why this is important. And those we really need to reach are the first responders, it's the caregivers, it's the health personnel. And that's the majority women. And they, maybe their husbands, their leaders in community, may not feel that COVID-19 is any longer the big issue. Yeah. But we need to really start strengthening now the implementation efforts in reaching arms, so increasing implementation, because we need to prepare and need to reduce risk, and we need to reduce their risk. And that needs to be a conversation. And it may be difficult because we know there are other priorities. We need food on the table, we need to take care of other diseases. So this is a hard and tough issue, and someone needs to speak their needs.
Absolutely. And, again, the preparedness theme, but I also want to caution us about, as you spoke about variants, because there's a conversation ongoing at the moment about, the high-income countries have now reached over 70% of vaccination, so let's go back to equity. Over 70% vaccination, we're all into, UK, US, Europe, into third doses, fourth doses in some cases. And there is now this conversation, well, perhaps we don't actually need to vaccinate Africans because they have a young population. Perhaps this thing is waning. And I think that's a really dangerous place to be. It is a really dangerous conversation. First of all, I would have to say, it is mildly offensive that, now that the high-income countries, it's akin to HIV/AIDS, really. When we had the HIV/AIDS pandemic and Africa became the continent of AIDS, because the rest of the world, had manageable treatments, diagnostics, treatments, everything was sorted, so people were able to live with it. And now we're sort of saying, well, maybe we don't need to vaccinate African populations because they have young, resilient populations. Back to Emma, we don't know.
So Paul Farmer would have called this public health Luddites, because that was the name he used for the public health professionals in the late 90s that did not want to expand antiretroviral therapy in contexts where they were, at least in that time, as saying that there was not sufficient capacity to monitor resistance and all of that. So we really need to avoid going into that sort of old situation. But I think the only way to do that is to actually have the conversation. Yeah. Because it's already an active conversation, not globally, but it's an active conversation in Nigeria, in Kenya, in South Africa, among decision makers. Well, and it should be. It's allowed to have.
I don't know that it's an active conversation. I think it's an active conversation because, it is an active conversation. No, sorry. Yes, it is an active conversation, but it's an active conversation because when you, as a donor, or you as the, say if you're Gates Foundation, for instance, or your World Bank, and you come to a minister and you say, okay, well, I can give you vaccinations acceleration, or I can give you a new, or in the title we use, health system strengthening, which means a shiny new hospital, tertiary healthcare, which is often what it will be. And also it's a for politicians, infrastructure projects are a voting boom, aren't they? So if I come and I provide you with this either or, what most African leaders are going to do, because they're vaccinated, Their families are vaccinated. They're triple vaccinated. They can go to Dubai. They can go wherever else and get their vaccination. So they're going to go, I'm okay. Let me build this hospital, because that's what's going to get me in the next time. So what we're doing is we're making it an either-or conversation, where it should be a both-and. But we are giving these...
Or an integrated approach.
An integrated approach, yes, but which is the same. But we're giving leaders, and we're also failing to understand how little, I think, there is a deep understanding within some of the political leaders that we're talking about of the true potential risks. And, you know, I'll go to you from a science perspective before I go back to Eleanor as we start to wrap up this conversation. This is now getting really interesting. But
microphone.
Oh, sorry. Getting really interesting, but we'll sort of have to carry it on over the cocktail, which is happening in about 20 minutes. Hang on, everybody. Those of you who are falling asleep, hang on. Help is on the way in 20 minutes. Emma.
Oh no, cocktail and those who are online.
My sister.
A virtual one.
Yours is coming, don't worry. This technology, we know, we're learning how to shake the drinks and how to pour it through. Emma, over there.
Oh, wonderful, that's nice. Yeah.
To Yodi is the gap between these kind of quite sweeping policy decisions based on no evidence, like nobody has checked, right? And that seems terrifying to me. We would never do that in any other context. To illustrate, in the world of diagnostics, we'll often hear, oh, people don't want to get diagnostic tests. We as FIND, we run a whole lot of pilot, operational research, policy pieces in countries to be able to expand testing. And whenever we move testing out to community, those sites are overwhelmed with demand. And they're overwhelmed with people also asking us where vaccines are. So my struggle is that everything, and I hear that, it's in contrast to everything we've ever seen in our work. And so what is it that other people are seeing that I'm not, that makes that feel like a legitimate policy decision? And should we not approach it with the same rigor that we would an R&D decision or something else in our system?
Yeah. No, thank you, Emma. Eleanor, I'm actually wrapping up this session in a couple of minutes, so I'm going to go to you are wrapped up, my sister. You're ready for cocktail hour in your shawl. I will go to Eleanor and then I'm going to come to you for a final word.
I think, it's for us. It's for us to, re-emphasize the fact that we need to have appropriate representation on the response task forces. There was a UNDP report last year, March, that spoke about the fact that, the absence of women from the COVID-19 task forces will perpetuate the gender divide. And I thought it would be good to bring in at this point the context of the layered challenges in the context of conflict. So where we have had, and this brings me to the issue of governance, where we have had armed groups vying for greater legitimacy and buying the support of local populations by offering them this, in quote, better governance or alternative governance because the government of the day has not provided that. And we also have to look at the fact that, when armed groups seize the opportunity to ramp up their activities is when state forces are preoccupied with health crises. So let's remember that it needs to be a holistic response. It needs to be, I can't emphasize enough, the contextualization and being aware of what's happening, and making sure it's nuanced. I think, all of us are aware currently of what's happening around the globe regarding the different types of conflict. So let's make sure that, that also part of our preparedness. Thank you.
No, very good point. I mean, I have really been speaking to the fact that I don't think we yet know what the ramifications of this pandemic are going to be in our lives. I've likened it in my writings, I've likened it to the post-World War II era where the geopolitical sands shifted, and that there is very much a shifting of geopolitical sands at the moment. There's very much a changing of the world as we know it. And I mean, I think a lot of it, either directly or indirectly, is linked into this pandemic. So yes, for sure, preparedness is not just a scientific word anymore. It's a much more holistic approach. My sister, Chief Administrative Secretary from Kenya, final word from you before we go to cocktail.
And I'll wait for mine, or I'll see you in London. Okay. I believe that there is a lot we can learn from one another. My takeaway is that let us collaborate more. Let us have more of such a summit so that we share best practices from each other, especially countries in Africa. What is working, what is not working. I'm sure there's so much that we can learn from one another, and of course even from the developed countries. I like the collaboration between the CSOs and governments. Earlier, as the CSOs were speaking, they did talk about them going to disseminate government's information. And you know, governments make policies. Now, we need people to take these policies, domesticate to the citizens of the country. And that is where the CSOs come. So I think working collaboratively together will enhance our preparedness for any pandemic, if any, and I pray none comes again. Thank you.
Asante sana, Dada. Asante sana. Yeah, no, absolutely. Collaboratively working, acting together. My co-chair, Facilitation Council, act together. Your final word?
No, I was, as you know, the principals group of the ACT Accelerator is a group constituted by ex officio membership. So it's constituted by the leaders of organizations. So in a way you are, by constructing it that way, you are basing your potential of having sort of more gender parity in representation on prior choices. And we often do that because that's a way to sort of structure governance basing on different organizations. But when all of those leaders are men, we have a challenge. And I think we need to think more creatively about, of course, when we recruit new leaders, but that's sort of a longer term goal. We need to maybe create more ad hoc groups to compensate when we constitute mechanisms like that. I guess now G7 leaders, are there any women? I don't think so. G20 leaders?
No. G7, no, because
no. Angela is gone.
Yeah, Angela is gone.
So I think we need to elect our leaders. We need to choose our CEOs by having this lens on. But we need to compensate the fact that currently there is not that balance. So we need to create structures that can. So civil society is one mechanism, definitely. Yeah. But that's not enough. I think we need to bring in women where we see there's a lack of voice. So thanks for being alone today as a man.
No, well, I by joining the ACT Accelerator and becoming the sort of the co-chairing with Carl Bildt, my co-chair, who I must mention today. I hope he's online somewhere. Hi, Carl, the former Prime Minister of Sweden, who's the co-chair of the Principals Group and Special Envoy alongside me. What I did was I gained a whole band of brothers and protectors. That's the way I see it. And as you can see, they pour me water and they speak whenever I ask. So that's the benefit. Emma, your final word.
I think the fact that we're having this conversation is great. I think we could have had it 18 months ago and it'd be even better. So I guess one question or challenge we have is how do we build this in from the get-go in future emergency responses? Like, it's not a nice to have. Otherwise, you end up reactive in the kind of situations that we've heard about from several of the other speakers, shocked by the fact that domestic violence goes up when there's a lockdown, which would have been incredibly obvious, I suspect, if they'd had the right people around the table. And so perhaps that's a challenge, at least at the global level, for us to take away, is how does that get built in from the get-go in emergency responses and in pandemic preparedness responses, as Richard alluded to.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, it's just been a great conversation, and I mean, I had really, you know, when we talked about that 3 to 4% in the parity and leaders of COVID responses, Shabnam Sarfraz, my dear sister from Pakistan, has just been sending messages. So for those of you who've seen with my phone, I have to apologize, but you know, this is how you look at Zoom questions these days. When you're moderating a panel, you have to have 4 hands, you have to have, you know, so. Yeah, everybody's calling you. They're telling you one person's link has dropped out, and unfortunately she fell ill and was unable to join us, because I really wanted to hear, in a country like Pakistan, you know, the leader, she's the lead in the COVID planning commission, so it was really, I had really wanted to hear her voice in this, but we'll record something that she says and make sure we put it in the meeting notes. There's been so little focus on gender issues really through this pandemic, and I just wanted us to create this space, have this conversation, have a takeaway, make, you know, I can see you're sort of thinking now, you're sort of thinking, what can we do? And that's what it's meant to catalyze, to kickstart a conversation, to kickstart something, you know, how do we get this viewpoint? How do we, and not just the women in communities, the bottom-up approach, but even from the top down, how are women in leadership, how are they to be supported so that they can be effective leaders, so there can be sustainability in their leadership, and so that they can truly bring others alongside them and bring others to that table, and then we can all work in partnership, hand in hand together, and act together as one. And on that note, I shall hand over to my moderator for today and see if there's any comments or questions from the floor before we...
Thank you very much, Dr. Alakija. Do we have any questions or comments? Anyone have any feedback, questions, comments? I have to say, personally for me, that was one of my favorite sessions. And I think the reason why is because it is very important when we're having conversations about how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected the world. We really see it from a different perspective, which hasn't been spoken about. So thank you very much, Dr. Alakija, for including that in this session and, of course, in today's conference. We are not done yet. I'd like to thank all of our speakers so that you are free to leave the stage.
We have to take a photo.
Okay, and yes, you can take a photo. While they do that, we wanted to remind you and invite you all to a reception that we're going to be having right outside at 6 p.m. If you do know that any participants are not here, please let them know that they should come down at 6 p.m. We're going to have a wonderful time of networking, breaking the ice and preparing, of course, for tomorrow's conference, which is going to be continuing. And also, if you have not registered for tomorrow's conference, please go ahead and visit the website to do that. And let me just make sure I get that link, the website name correctly. 1 second, please. Yes, coordinationcenter.com. Yeah. So that's www.emergencycoordinationcenter.com. Please hashtag PortsToArms. You can also tweet and, of course, post on your social media, letting everyone know what's going on here. Today is really important for the Global South, and I think we're very pleased to see that a lot of people have decided to put their voices and also contribute, but even more importantly, we're hoping that tomorrow we'll have some solutions, as we're going to have a lot more stakeholders who will be on ground and will be able to address a lot of the issues and the concerns that were raised today. So that's going to be a wonderful conversation and very insightful as well. A round of applause, please, for our convener, Dr. Ayoade Alakija, and for all of our speakers. I think this moment is really exciting, and we're looking forward to seeing how the conference will go tomorrow. So catch a quick break. 6 p.m. we are all back together at the reception at the fountain. It's lovely in the evening. You're going to absolutely enjoy it. So please go ahead and invite your colleagues to come down And if anyone doesn't have anything else to say, we are wrapped up for today. Thank you so much for being so attentive. And thank you to all of our virtual participants. We wish we could send you a glass of wine from here. But like Dr. Alaki just said, in the future, you know, metaverse is coming. So we'll be able to make that happen virtually. Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.